few weeks afterward, that's when he broke it off. So I kind of had that like thing where it's like, is it he's seeing someone, and so is it someone from work or someone he just, I don't know, just knew at school or what?
Yeah,
But
I
I don't
know
want
that.
to waste my time.
Right. Yeah. I think that it's more about let's see, is it somebody from work? I'm not seeing that answer. That's interesting. Usually I can see it. Spirit saying no. They're not. It's for your highest and greater good. Whenever your spirit guides say nope, we're not going to answer that question right now, it's because they're protecting you, and they're protecting your basically like the people around you, so that you're going to save some hurt feelings, basically, or maybe it's just that you don't need to know that right now. Does that make sense?
Right.
So it's interesting because I think he's going to really figure this out. I think he is going to realize. I think he needed somebody else to kind of so that he knows a little more about women and he knows what they're like a little more before he can make a decision.
Hmm.
Because it looks to me like, is he pretty young?
Yeah, he's like a month younger than me, but I mean, we just connected so great and everything. It was something I've been searching for a while now, and it kind of
Okay.
hurts that I lost it.
Oh, how old are you guys?
I'm 22. He's 22.
You guys are young.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's
it's kind of hard because I like with my past boyfriend, we were together for 5 years and stuff, and like I'm an old soul. Like me and him were old souls, so like we were literally had everything together, and had our own place and everything. And then when he passed, like I guess I want to have that connection again where I'm trying to get somewhere. And a lot this generation now is like not a lot of people are loyal or have long term relationships. They just want to go move around with people. And I was afraid if the guy I connected with, he's one of those people.
I know it's so hard these days to navigate that. And I mean, just for your information, like I have a lot of free information about this exact topic that I've gotten from doing a lot of readings on people of all ages. And I post most of it on my TikTok account, which is Anna O Intuitive is my handle on TikTok. And I post a ton of videos on that topic, on when you're feeling like, what do I do? I can't trust anybody. I have a lot of these different things I've picked up in my background with psychology, and being able to how to tell, and just knowing a lot of facts about men specifically for women and women specifically for men, because it kind of goes both ways, lately. But spirit is showing me that you have a potential. I kept pulling more and more cards. It's almost like spirit was like, tell her to just go somewhere else. I mean, that I pulled, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards, all with men on them, and they each represent, spirit was telling me that they each represent a different guy in your life. And these are all potential men for this beautiful, wonderful young woman, 22 years old, and she has all of this in front of her. So, I mean, basically, she is going to be able to really pick and choose. And that's really what I am hoping she realizes, is that there's a lot of other guys out there that should be very compatible with. So, this is indicative of that really great story where somebody is just really, really wanting. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I was just saying that I see 5 guys. According to what I pulled for you, there are 5 men that I see possible for you. Spirit is showing me that you are going to be in high demand, and that you don't have to think a whole lot more about this guy. I really feel like you have a lot of these wonderful potential guys in your future, and you're the lucky one. In a way, right now is how you feel, but the truth is that these guys are the lucky ones, and you're the prize. Like, you're the prize relationship person. Spirit is showing me that you get to pick and choose, really. There are going to be at least 5 others that you can pick and choose from. So this is exciting. Try to just switch the way that you're thinking about this into who's lucky enough to have you, because Spirit is showing me you have huge potential. Spirit is showing me, which is common at your age, I think, like to think that maybe this guy was it because you had all these great feelings, and that's wonderful. He was there to teach you, but I'm getting that you're attractive, you're beautiful, you have a wonderful personality, you are kind. You would be a wonderful mother if you wanted to choose to do that. And that's what is going to really attract all these guys to you. So I mean, is this, do you realize that there are a lot of guys who are after you even right now?
I'm just very picky. A lot of them want something and I want something else. Like I want long-term relationship, trying to get to where I need to be, and a lot of them just want to fool around. So I'm not about that.
So I think that that's just Spirit confirming that you have 5 men who could be potential mates long term, in a long term committed relationship. So the other guys that are just wanting to basically hook up or fool around, they are in the background. You're already keen on them. You already get it. You're intelligent. Spirit showing and telling me that you get it. You've learned your lesson with that. You know all about it. And now you're just navigating really like which guy out of the 5 to choose that you want to have your long-term with. So remember that when we're in grief, we kind of sometimes feel like, I don't want to do that again. That hurt too much. I can't do that. But remember that you are going to meet more guys, and you're going to heal. And then you'll be more and more ready as time goes on. So you learned from this last guy, you learned that maybe you weren't ready. And you learned that maybe there were a few things about him that you'd want in a long term, so I really see that you don't need to worry about the relationship thing. You will find a guy, and there are a lot of guys who are in the same situation that you're in, saying, how do I find a girl who isn't just kind of immature and playing around and doesn't really want a long term, or is afraid of all these guys taking advantage of her to the point I can't get close to her. I really feel you're going to find your guy, and he's going to be in this similar situation that you're in. But Spirit is saying, just pick one out of the 5. Pick your favorite for long term.
Okay.
This is very good news. I love delivering good news. And I
guess that means just don't even worry about the dude at this point.
Yeah, you'll find them. There are already guys with their eye on you now, and they want a long term as well. And I this is why I post so much free content on my TikTok account. I like real quick videos, just explaining a few things, because I've run into so many people I've done readings on like this, of women of all ages, men of all ages. They go through this thing with the dating pool, and it's a nightmare right now. It's in this transition, with the apps and everything. They're on the apps, or they're trying to meet people, and they're trying to figure out. It's crazy. It's not like anything I ever had to deal with. I'm in my 40s. So
that's why it was easy with the boyfriend who passed away. We were high school sweethearts, and we met in middle school. So we didn't have to worry about finding someone on an app. It was all just old school love, I guess. And I just, yeah.
That's so hard. I know. It's, and the thing about him, you can always continue your reading with me too. If you contact me, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, it's on the bottom of the screen. You can contact me and we can continue the reading, but because I'm running out of time. But I just wanted to tell you real quick that, like clockwork, people who have lost somebody and they've passed, that they've been with, that person wants you to move on to somebody wonderful, and they're happy for you. So I just want to make sure you know that.
Yeah.
So give yourself.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling. I'd love to continue the reading with you if you'd like. You can contact me at annaolsonintuitive.com. There's a contact page there that you can click on. It has my number, it has my info. But I do have to go. But thanks so much for calling in, and I wish you all the luck in the world. And I'm excited for you that you have like 5 guys to choose from. That's exciting.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. So that was a wonderful reading. She has such good energy. She'd be a wonderful mother and a wonderful, wonderful partner. That's the type of girl that I'd want my son to be with. So if you'd like to reach me, you can contact me. I have a lot of free content on TikTok, Anna O Intuitive. And then I am also on Anna Olson Intuitive on Facebook, and Tiny Medium Queendom on Instagram. So please just get a hold of me if you'd like a reading. I'd love to work with you. I do phone, I do video, and I do in person if you're in my area in Southern California. You can always contact me to see if I'm near you. And until then, just have a great week. And I'm here every Tuesday on A1R at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. And if you can't see my show or for some reason or listen to the podcast, give me a call. Have a great day, and I'll see you next time.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, friends. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And I'm losing my voice lately. I am sitting here as I'm getting prepared for my every weekly show, which I absolutely love. I look forward to my Wednesday night. I know it's one of those things where I feel like if you have something in your life that inspires you and excites you, then you just always have something to look forward to, right? So my Wednesday nights are my favorite. Here at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, we went through the whole daylight savings where we had to spring ahead an hour. And I'm good with it. I feel like a lot of people that go through the daylight saving hour loss, it can be very draining, which I feel like, that even 1 hour of sleep is so important. But anyway, it's been good for me. I love more sun, and the daylight is definitely my friend. So couple things that I'm excited for. So today is very lucky numbers for me. So the 22nd is one of my favorite numbers. And Friday, I had to think what day it was. Friday the 24th is my 3-year celebration, if you will, of coming out of the broom closet, as I call it, and really just sharing my gifts. So March 24th of 2020 is when I decided that I wanted to do something that I was excited and passionate about. And I decided to share my gifts. And I have not looked back since. So it's been a blessing. I've met so many amazing people and got to have some amazing connections all over the world now. So anyway, so happy anniversary to me on Friday for deciding to really come out of a secret, I guess, if you will, comfort zone. And I feel incredibly blessed. I can't believe it's been 3 years though. So time is flying. So we're gonna let's see. We're gonna start out as usual with this week's affirmation, and in celebration of, and actually I've been drawn to the number 24 lately. So there's a reason for it, not just because of the anniversary, but 24 just today has been really strong. So we're going to use that 24. And I've been trying to count these out before I came on to do my show. But I forgot today. So 17, 18, 19, 21. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. All right. So the 24th card is how I connect with the affirmation for this week. And the affirmation, just for those who are not familiar with what an affirmation is, the best way I put this is it is a message, usually a sentence or maybe a couple that is from the universe to yourself. So the universe is saying, or your affirmation or promise to yourself, it says, even when things aren't perfect or don't seem to be working out, I choose to trust in life. I love this one for many reasons. If you look at, so recently, probably, what was it, 2 days ago, my Instagram was hacked, and it has been crazy trying to get that figured out. Now I'm going to probably have to start a new Instagram, which, okay, it's not the end of the world, right? So when things aren't working out, right, or they're not perfect, I just choose to trust in life and trust that everything happens for a reason. And there's got to be a reason why my Instagram probably won't be able to be back up and going. However, I literally just talked to my husband about changing streamlining my name with all of my social media stuff, and streamlining it to be the mini medium, and then of course at the end be psychic medium Stephanie. So yeah, so maybe that's the reason. I don't know, but I choose to trust in life. I choose to trust that it was supposed to be that way. So I hope for whoever's listening that you all can also find peace in even the difficult days, and just trust that it'll all work out. It'll all work out. All right. Okay. Well, I am ready for my first caller, and I love this name. This is Jade from Australia. Hi, Jade.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm excited.
Oh, well, good. I'm excited to meet you. I every time I see Australia, I get excited just to hear your voice. I just your the accent, your accent, it makes me so happy. So um and your name, Jade, ironically, is one of my favorite stones. So I yeah, I love it. I love the name.
Thanks.
All right, yes, you're welcome. All right, my friend, how
Thank
can I
you.
help you today?
I'm actually going back and forth thinking what's my question. I've got like three in my mind, and I feel like two of them are really basic, and then I've got, do you do mediumship as well?
Yes, I do.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm not sure whether to go with I'm not, because I've been at home with my, raising my kids and stuff, and it's time that I start getting back into the workforce, which I am at the moment. But I'm just wondering, am I on the right career path, I guess? Because I'm a bit lost when it comes to that, and what I want to do. And yes, I'm just wondering if you can see if I'm on the right path, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. No, I'm a firm believer, as I said earlier, about everything happening for a reason. And even my affirmation, it really does, in my opinion, it really meshes and makes sense even with what your question is. And being that, when our job is not perfect, or things aren't working the way we want them to within our career, and we're feeling a bit lost, we just have to choose to trust in life, right? Trusting,
Yeah.
And that's the hardest part, is trust. I feel like our human side of us puts up this protective guard, and the trust is just something that definitely has to be earned. And, I feel like the universe or God or whoever, you feel your maker is in that sense, it's trusting in that higher power. So, I feel like I'm gonna really focus on what I'm picking up with your career path, and then I'll also keep my mediumship abilities open. And that way, if you do have any loved ones on the other side, then I'm ready and available. So,
Yeah. Okay.
perfect. Okay, so the way that I do my readings, so I've been doing this for about 27 years, and I use tarot cards as a tool, but I really listen and trust in my gifts first, and then the cards will just more or less validate what I'm seeing. And the first thing, as I'm focusing on you and your career, and then I pull this card, which is absolutely beautiful. I'll show it on my screen here, so if anyone watches on the live. But it's the Four of Coins, and if that couldn't be a perfect card for you right now, especially with money, finances with your job, it's a perfect card for you. So a coin is something of value to you. So that can be whatever you find of value, whether it's food and clothing and water, your family, your health, your job. And so I feel a lot of what I see with your current job, I do feel what you're doing now is just a job. I don't feel this is a career. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I feel that this, it brings in the paycheck, pays, the bills, support you, the family. Intuitively, as I see for you, you have such this beautiful, calming energy where I can completely see you going down that path of being a healer, helping others, taking care of others in that way that as they come into you, you help them to feel better and to carry on with their life. I don't feel like you like to be put out in the open to be recognized, though. So are you do you like to be behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a perfect way to put it.
Yes. Okay. Beautiful. So you're what I call a silent healer, which really is, I want to help others, but I don't want to really be recognized. I'm gonna kind of just sit back and do this. And I've been so drawn to you. I'm gonna tell you, this is really, even down that road of helping children, especially a certain age group. And I can't quite get away from that. So, even a teacher in that sense of teaching others, um, you do have that very beautiful healer, but also such a calming voice that you can help others. Um, in about 4 months, so that puts us at about July. I really do feel like I see you starting to open up new doors to new changes for your actual career, not just a job.
All right.
I do see this requiring some training, some schooling, so it's going to have you juggling some schedules, my friend. But what's great is that at the end of the day, it's going to give you that satisfaction and it's going to fill up that soulful cup that I feel at the moment is empty. And that's really why you're feeling lost, I'll tell you one more thing here too, and I know I've got another caller waiting, but I do want to tell you that you've got a very strong sister-like female, obviously, that is on the other side that I feel very strong. And it's interesting because her messages or her energy right now is very reluctant to step forward for whatever reason. Have you lost a really close friend or a sister?
Not a sister, not blood relation, but someone like big sisters. Yeah.
Right.
Actually, there's probably a couple.
Yeah. And that's probably why when I feel their energy, it's so strong, but and I feel like maybe the hesitancy to step forward is not that they don't want to come forward for you, but I feel like they're funny because I feel both of them are like, oh my gosh, we don't want to be on the radio. We don't, we don't want to, they're just kind of a little reserved, I guess. But the main message I would say that I'm picking up from both of them is I just keep hearing them say, what an amazing and strong soul that you are, and how wonderful of a love that you have for many. and including them. And they're just validating that healing energy that I have coming from you. So, and one last thing really quick, Jade, I'm completely blown away just right now. I just saw that the card I pulled for you is the color green. It's all green.
That's my favorite color.
It is mine
My favorite
too.
color.
Purple. Yep, purple and green. And the card we pulled for you it's a beautiful, beautiful green. So I feel like that's just an even more validated sign for you for sure. But so I say just know that I do feel that in about 4 months, keep your eyes open to, the idea of helping others, and you'll find your path. I can feel it. You're very determined.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask one question? So my dad passed away a few years ago, and I'm just wondering, is there a reason why maybe because I've tried to somewhat give him a chance to reach out in these kind of opportunities, and doesn't ever seem to want to, I guess, have a message or anything like that. We had a little bit of a strained relationship. And yes, I'm just wondering, is there a reason that maybe he doesn't come forward when I look for him?
Yeah, I've experienced when I have clients come to me and ask the same question. You're not alone in that aspect. Of course, your loved ones are with you. They're watching over and guiding and protecting. I feel that it's like, the way I explain it, Jade, it's like watching water boil. If you sit and watch water boil, it's not going to happen, right? Just trusting, going back to that trust again, and knowing that he is with you. And when it's the time, he'll come through. He'll give you messages. And I feel like he already is. It's just we always set our mind to looking for certain things. And if we don't see those certain things, then we feel like they're not there, But
I wasn't invited to his funeral a few years ago when he passed 3 years ago, and it's just been sort of a struggle to, I feel like I'm also going through like a trauma because there's no closure, there's no nothing. So I was just hoping that, eventually, but like you said, I just got to be patient, and hopefully I get that message from him soon.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure to talk to you and do this reading for you. And I'm going to hop and grab my next caller. But you have a wonderful, wonderful night. And I wish you so much luck in your journey this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Okay. Mike, do we have time for Anita in Canada? Oh, okay. All right. No worries. Boy, I tell you, I could probably, seriously, I laugh. I could probably have like a 2-hour show of how much I love and passionate about what I do and sharing. When information starts to download, as we call it, it is just overwhelming information and you just want to share. And man, I love it. I love having just, however many minutes, 10, 12 minutes to connect with callers that call in and to trust, right? To trust me. And that's so big for me. So I love it. All right. We have Anita from Canada. Hi, Anita.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I know that we've got a few minutes here, but I would love to help you with whatever it is you're looking for, my friend.
Well, I am looking for, just wondering what Spirit has in line. I have a few projects on the horizon, and I'm just wondering if there's anything extra that I should do to see it through fruition.
Oh, okay. Oh, I love that. I love that. Okay. Well, as you've been talking, I decided to count out my cards. 24 has been my number today, so 2 and 4. So keep that number in mind because there's always a reason. And I pulled the 24th card, and in this beautiful chakra deck that I have, we pulled the moon card for you. If that is not a more perfect card, it makes me so happy to see. Now, some of the things I'm seeing for you, for things to really come to fruition, is taking a moment to just breathe, to just breathe. Well, you are a go-getter, and I love it. I can feel it. And I feel sometimes when we get in that go-getter energy, if you will, we forget to just take a minute and just breathe and take it all in. Take in all the hard work, all of the good and the bad, the successes, the failures, because I feel like once you're able to do that, the universe goes, okay, all right, Anita, you've taken time to appreciate and be grateful for the good and appreciate the bad, if you will. And then I feel the universe starts to make things fall into place. I'm a Gemini, and my Gemini mind goes 100 miles a minute. And so I have to find my center and get grounded so that I can feel like I'm not trying to do 20 million things at once, and just enjoy each project or whatever, each reading that I do. So I feel one of the things too, do you journal? Do you write and journal?
I'm actually creating a shadow work journal for one of my retreats.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, you just gave me goosebumps. I love this. Okay. Oh, look at our good connection. You gave me goosies. And that's exactly what I'm telling you, right? Is focusing on our shadow work, right? And shadow work is very beautiful. And, this just blows me away. I just got done watching a little, I guess, documentary about a gentleman that does shadow work. He's not a light worker, he does shadow work. And no coincidence, I just saw this, and then we're having this conversation. And he talks about how that our shadow work, we need to acknowledge it and we need to befriend it. And I just sat there and thought, oh my gosh, he's right. Because we fear the darkness, we fear the shadow. And once you can befriend that shadow, then it, meaning the shadow work, whatever it may be, feels welcomed and understood. And then we start to evolve.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? Oh my gosh, I love it. I just did a retreat about 2 weeks ago here in Utah, a 2-week retreat, and with an all-women's retreat. And I'll tell you, the people that the women or whoever that puts these things together are angels. So thank you for what you do. I don't think you guys realize how impactful and powerful that you are and what you gift so many people. Yeah, take some time to just keep journaling.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you are so welcome. I am beaming with the fact the universe brought you to me and me to you, right?
Well, I just
beautiful.
think because people so often go through trauma and tragedy, and it affects them in such a way. But we are here for 3 reasons: to learn, teach, and heal. To learn the lessons, our life lessons, to heal from them, and to teach them when people come in at the same level as you were when you began your journey.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. And I know I'm down to like 30 seconds. So I just want to tell you, thank you so much for your being on my show and trusting me to help you. And I wish you so much love and light as you continue your journey throughout. Okay.
Thank you so much, received and returned, and blessings today, tomorrow, and always for all.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye, hun. All right, friends. Thank you so much. What a fun show tonight. What a great start of the Wednesday night. I will see you guys next Wednesday. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne Marie. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am a clairvoyant and a medium, and we are here to do readings. So if you would like a reading, please call in. We're here all night. So I would enjoy a really good caller and a really good reader, a reading. Oh my goodness. So my theme is love one another, and love is power. And we all need to show our kindness to one another as human beings. Love is power. And so we need a lot more of that to be able to survive what's going on with the rest of the world. As humans, we have that conscious mind ability to be kind and use our love. So with that, that's enough said of that. What's ending is Mars in Neptune, and that is ending right now. So all the confusion and all of the strong energy, real strong energy, because Mars is Aries, and Aries is the god of war, in Neptune, and Neptune is the dreamer and the illusions and part of psychic ability. But when it's stuck in something like Mars, it's really combating. And so we've had this for quite a while, and now it's ending. So I'm glad that it's ending, and I hope everyone feels a sense of release and a sense of peace, since that has gone direct out of those. So, yeah. So I am ready for a caller. So get busy. And oh, Clara. Hello. Clara from
Hi.
New Jersey. Hi, how are you tonight?
Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Good, good. What can I answer for you tonight?
Well, I want to see if my fiance comes through.
Okay. Give me one minute with spirit and see what spirit has to say. So did he pass like a year ago?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And he was kind of young. I get the feeling he was young. I also get the feeling that he seems to be a humorous man.
Yeah.
He seemed to be joking. He's joking with you. I see him doing some kind of little joke with you. He let's see what else he has to say. Did he have some pretty eyes? Because what's standing out with him is his eyes. I'm trying to get a sense of his passing. Was it a quick passing? Because it doesn't seem like he suffered long. And it doesn't seem like It doesn't seem like an illness to me because he's not bringing that up. He's not bringing up the time of going through something. And it could be that he doesn't want to bring it up, but I'm getting the feeling that he may have passed without knowing.
Yes.
Do I make? He just didn't know, and so when I ask him how he passed, he's kind of like, "I passed." It's like, okay, well, that doesn't give a lot of information. Did he have a dog? Because he's bringing up a dog.
Yes.
Okay. He's okay. He's all right. He has a lot of peace and a lot of joy where he is on the other side. And if you could hear him, you could hear that in his voice, the serenity that he feels. But he's telling me he didn't have that on earth. He didn't have it in this reality. He's telling me that when he was here, he was worried a lot, and it would be in his voice, a worry. And that's not there. He wants you to know that that's not there anymore. So do you have a living room lamp that flickers? Because he is showing me a lamp. That's him.
Yes.
That's your. Go ahead.
Does he come at night? Because they see a lot of orbs in the house.
He does.
He's
always around you. Yes, he's watching you. And his calling card to me is that lamp. Because when he's by that lamp, it seems to flicker.
Yes.
He loves you very, very much. And he wants you to know that he left, but it wasn't his choice. He had no choice in the matter. And he wanted you to know that he misses you. And he's with you. He's with you all the time.
I feel him all the time. I really do.
I am so sorry for your loss. He seems like a generally funny and intelligent and really nice man. And I'm sorry. And he's sorry. It's like he didn't have a minute to think about it.
Yeah.
But I want you to know that he's okay on the other side and he's at peace, but he does miss you and he's visiting. And he does a lot of other things too besides that lamp.
Yes, he does.
I think things are moving. Items are moving.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just trying, now that you know that it's his presence, you can just talk to him. He wants to talk to you. He wants to hear you.
I always do. Oh, thank you so much.
It's okay. It's all right. I'm just sorry that this happened. It feels tragic. It feels really like
it was
very, very big tragedy. So I'm very sorry about that. And I hope that you now know that he is there with you and he is trying to communicate and he loves you dearly.
Oh, I love him so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else that I could answer for you? Take a second.
That was what I really wanted to know, because a lot of days I see orbs. I feel him sometimes calling me, and I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, because I know he's around me all the time.
You are not going crazy. You are very, very
sane. He's my soulmate.
Very much so. You're very in tune to each other. And you were in this life too together. Very, very in tune. So I just hope that now you know and you don't have to question yourself, and you know that he loves you and he misses you, but he's always around you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know. Now I know more than ever. Thank you for validating that. I knew that. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You go ahead and have a good night, and thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have a great night.
You
Thank
too,
you.
honey. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, I've got a few more minutes. I want to say my website is kind of goofy with the calendar, so don't even bother with the calendar. If you go to my website to schedule, just email me at the email address, and I will contact you back rapidly. And also, I am booked for the rest of March, but April looks pretty good. So if you would like a reading with me, please go to Psychic Pass, like right down there. And everyone have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. And I will see you next week. Thank you and goodbye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Cowtown Medium with Kathleen Hart. Live from KathleenHart.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Cowtown Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, I'm Kathleen Hart. Welcome to my show. I'd like to talk to you a little bit more this week about a topic started last week, the big energy shift we're going through right now. The sun has gone through some very unusual and very powerful activity lately. There are holes in the coronosphere. Don't panic, but it lets out lots of energy directed right at the Earth. It's ejecting mass from the coronosphere and it's directed at Earth, and we're getting all kinds of electromagnetic radiation. And I don't think it's really doing any damage, but it's uncomfortable right now. It's changing people. It is helping us with our ascension, but it's also very uncomfortable. I've seen it making a lot of people different, more frustrated, more angry, and I don't like where that's going. I hope it burns off quickly, but I want to talk about some things to help with that. I was inspired this week by Saint Germain to bring in the violet flame energy, which is very healing, helps burn off negativity, and it just helps us become the best version of ourselves, which is where we all need to go right now. And a little bit of that lovely violet flame energy I'll share with you. This is my little friend, Purple Rain. Purple Rain is carved of sugilite and brings in that lovely violet flame energy. Great stone to meditate with, very helpful. Another one I'll share with you tonight is Aurelia. Aurelia is Auralite 23, which is made up primarily of amethyst, but it's got 22 other metals and minerals mixed in with it. Very powerful. Another great transformational stone. Love to meditate with this. It's a good tool for healers as well. I was inspired to create a very large crystal grid of all violet and purple crystals and stones. And I shared that on Facebook and Instagram. If you're interested, look it up. It's a very powerful grid. It's intended to help heal the earth, help bring healing to everybody in it, and just be very positive and uplifting. If you have any comments on it, let me know. I'd love to hear them. I thought it felt really good to do, and I sat there in the energy and enjoyed it for as long as I could. Anyway, I do want to tell you a little bit more about message for today and the rest of this week. This is from the Ascended Masters deck. Focus on freedom. Protect your freedoms, exercise your freedoms, but do so in a peaceful way. Get creative. Do something to make a difference. Bring hope to others and find ways to make your voice heard. Bring in the power of joy. Joy is the highest energy and that you can manifest from. It brings things in more quickly and much stronger, and it's so much easier to manifest from a place of joy. You know, practice gratitude, raise your vibrations, get happy, envision the life you want Focus on that and work on being the change that you want to see the world. Bring in the light, embody the light, live it into existence. And my inspiration for this is Saint Germain, Violet Flame, work your magic. Followed by that is crystals. Hey, there's part of the magic right there. Build your grids. They're great for bringing in energy to work with. You can draw it in for yourself and work with it to improve yourself and your situation and your space. Or you can draw it in and send it out. Send it out into the world. Heal your neighborhood. Heal your home, your space. It's very versatile. Build your grids intuitively. That's the way I do. Select a color as your main theme. Look up the properties of the crystals and combine them in beautiful ways to bring in the energy you need and want to share. I like to use crystal skulls in my grids primarily. I may use all crystal skulls. I may bring in some other crystals. I may bring in some small stones. You can even bring in flowers, leaves, shells, beautiful little things to inspire you and get the energy flowing. Keep a little place for your grid, maybe a nightstand or a small table, and leave it up for as long as you feel like. But get that energy moving and put it out there for everyone to enjoy and focus it on yourself as well. So I see that we have a caller, and I'm ready to read for you. Hi, Naomi. You have a question?
Basically, my friend told me about this, and I don't. What you mean, like, got a question?
Okay. Are you looking for creative ideas, a little inspiration, or perhaps would you like some guidance in a certain area?
Guidance.
Okay. I am actually working with the Goddess Guidance deck, which I personally love because it's got some great energy. First card I'm drawing for you is Goddess Lakshmi, Bright Future. Stop worrying. Everything is going to be fine. I think a lot of us can relate to that right now. Everything's going to be fine. We can ride this out. We just need to pull together. It may be a little uncomfortable, but if we call on Goddess Kuan Yin, the goddess of compassion, release judgments about yourself and others, and focus on the love and light that is within everyone. Remember, doesn't matter who we are, where we came from, we're all one. We need to remember that. We're spiritual beings having an earthly experience, and we need to be kind to each other.
Okay.
From Mother Mary, expect a miracle. Think about what you want. Energy flows where intention goes. What you think about expands. Have faith that your prayers have been heard and are being answered. Focus on that positive. Believe it can happen. Believe it has already happened and give thanks for it as though it has. That's the way you bring in positive energy and raise your vibrations. Raise your expectations. Hope for the best. Expect the best and work for the best. Don't focus on the negative. Don't get dragged down in all the ugly things that are going on right now. Take your attention away from those. Don't ignore them. Be aware of them, but don't get caught up in them either. Keep the light going. Raise your vibrations and look for the opportunities to bring in what you want, what you desire. Golden opportunities, important doors are opening for you right now. Walk through them. Don't pass up a good opportunity to grow yourself, find your joy, and to live your truth. Don't let anybody ever talk you out of speaking your truth or living your truth. It's your life. It's your journey. Go with your feelings. Go with what's in your best interest. Take care of yourself. Stand up for yourself and help others do the same. Be an inspiration. Lead by example. Show others the way to be. Bring in that positive energy. Live in it. Be it. Live it into existence. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that help?
Yes. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you calling. Take care. Have a great week. One more quick message for the rest of us. Take a leap of faith. Take a risk and put your heart's true desire into action. Be an example. Live in your joy. Thank you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, cherished ducklings. This is Perry Lyons, coming to you live from Brooklyn, New York. And my hair and I got into a little fight today, and my hair won, so just squint when you look at the screen. Anyway, I'm so happy you're here, and I'm here to take your questions, your deepest, most profound, most personal, most whatever questions. Also, I was painting. I'm an artist, so I was painting today, so I have blue fingers. Just ignore them. We're going to start out with the psychic weather, which is, it's the tarot psychic weather. So I'm going to be picking 3 cards. First card, and this is if you happen to be listening or watching, it's for you. It's that simple, no matter what sign you are. And I never used to believe in astrology because I couldn't see how great whirling lumps of rock in the sky would care about what I was doing on Tuesday. Then I did some research, and sadly, it seemed really accurate. So a little conflicted, but okay. So the first card is going to indicate the beginning of the week. Second of the card is the middle of the week. You're catching on here. And the third card is the end of the week. So this is the influences that are coming into play. I'm just going to lean down and grab the cards with my eyes closed so you know it's on the level. Woo, woo. On the level, level. Ah, interesting. First card. I don't get this card very often. It's the moon card. This often means somebody's lying to you. It might mean something else for other readers. For me, it always means somebody's fibbing. In England, they call them telling a porky. That's a Cockney slang for telling a lie, because pork, it's rhyming slang, pork pie, lie. You had to be there. As you can see, though, there's a jackal and a dog howling at the moon. And, not the most uplifting of images. So if you're wondering why something isn't making sense in your immediate vicinity, according to how somebody is explaining it, it's because they're fibbing. However, you will know this because towards the middle of the week, your inner intuitive wisdom will suddenly click in, and you'll say, aha, I am now the high priestess, and you cannot fib to me. I know all, I see all, I tell half. The high priestess card is a card of accessing your divine feminine, whether you're a man or a woman or identify as other. We're very LGBTQ friendly on this show. This card means that it is just a card about accessing your divine sort of by feminine. I mean, you know how there's a yin and a yang sign? A yin and yang sign. Sorry, no, it's the same sign. Just says a yin and a yang in it. So the yin is the feminine or the dark. The yang is the light or the masculine. And those are just words about an archetype. I'm babbling. Okay, so the feminine is the mysterious, receptive, intuitive, and it's a good week to meditate. If you've never started, just try it. Pretty easy. Just breathe in, count the breaths. Nilufer in Toronto. I'll be with you in a couple minutes. What a great name. You have to tell me if I said that right. I love people from Toronto. I don't know why. Okay, so the middle of the week, you're going to be accessing your intuition. Towards the end of the week, look at this. The King of Cups, which means somebody romantic, possibly of a male quality, is looking your way. There's a little romantic interest. If you're a woman, if you're a man, this could be that you're feeling romantic about somebody, and it might be time to speak up, pal, because you're not going to be standing there forever waiting for you to say something. If you're a woman, just kind of bat your eyes at whoever you want to bat your eyes at, like this. There. I don't charge extra for that. You're welcome. So this is somebody romantically interested in you who might make a declaration or who might spill their coffee on you in a clumsy attempt to get your attention and start a conversation. That'll be fun. Okay, I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV, A1R Psychic Radio Network. And we have, am I saying Nilufer right? How do you say your name,
Yes.
my love? What a great name. Where's that from?
Yeah. It's originally from India.
Oh, it's beautiful. Does it mean something?
It's the name of a flower.
Oh, lovely. My first name means a beautiful woman cast out of paradise trying to win her way back with good deeds in Persian. I don't know why I just told you that. All right, my love. I would like to connect to you through your birthday. So tell me when your birthday is, and I will breathe in psychic energy. So what day is your birthday?
June 20th. June 20th. 0, yes.
Do you identify as a Gemini or a Cancer?
Gemini.
We can still be friends. Okay. And how can I help you? It feels like you have a specific question. I'm just getting your energy. You're feeling a little frustrated about something. What is it?
Yes. I'm feeling a bit frustrated about, I've lost 2 family members, so that's making me frustrated. A lot of anxiety these days. Yes.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Lost as in they passed?
Sorry?
Lost as in they passed, or lost as in you're not talking?
No, I've lost my father and my son passed last year within 7 months of each other. So, yeah.
My darling, that's the worst thing I could imagine. I'm so terribly sorry. How can I help you with this?
I just want to know, psychically, if you can tell me something about myself or
of course, my darling.
Down the road for me, at least in the near future.
Well, I can tell you a couple of things right away, is that your son and your father are both with you. Do you mind if I ask how old your son was? Because I'm getting him. Was he 19? Nilufer, are you still there?
Hello?
Hi. Do you mind if I ask how old your son was? Can you hear me? All right. Well, if you can't hear me. Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep going anyway. I feel like your son was a young man. Oh, well. Okay. While we're waiting for Nilufer, I'd like you to go out tonight, and if it's a clear night, look up, because there are 5 planets visible: Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and one other that I've just totally forgotten. Sorry. But all the planets are very bright tonight, and it's very unusual to be able to see 5 planets. It's also still a very, very good time. If you've been feeling unusually lucky or peaceful lately, it's because there's a lot of alignment between Jupiter, which is a planet of benevolence and happiness, and Mercury, which is a planet of quick thinking, and Mars, which is a planet of happy physical life. But they all seem to be aligning in this way that, and the sun is aligning with you too. Hi, Nilufer, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you're back. Okay, let me see what I'm getting. What I'm getting is, I think it would be good for you to be around people right now. And I think that you're a very, very good manager of people. Is that true? You have a natural leadership.
That's right.
Yes, you have a natural leadership quality that's very attractive too. I would do anything you say. Oh my gosh, holy mackerel. This is one of the best cards you can possibly get. This card is the beginning of a cycle of prosperity. So it's a good time. You might get unexpected money from someplace. You might be getting, I'm not sure what it is, but you're getting money, and it's a time of sort of prosperity, which is nice because God knows you've had a hard enough time so far.
That's right.
The next card I'm getting is, it feels like you're spending a lot of time with the rest of your family, and let them comfort you, let them be around you. Yeah. However, I still think you're doing all the cooking. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's not your fault. You're just a really good cook, and you love taking care of people. So that's wonderful. I'm very glad. Keep that up. Wait, what?
Okay.
Okay, good. And are you a really good cook? I bet you're one of those people who can cook and bake, right? You are.
Yes.
I can only bake. Anything I try to cook, if it's like a dinner, it comes out tasting like rubber, but I can make cakes that will make you sing with joy. But you can do both. So right now, be gentle with yourself. This card.
Not cakes. Not cakes. I don't. I can't bake cakes. No.
Okay.
So you win that.
Good. Thank you. I needed that. Oh, by the way, if you like this piece I'm wearing, let me know on Facebook and I'll send it to you for free, because you've had a really sucky time and I'd like to just give you something. I make this stuff. So let me know if you like it and I'll send it to you. Okay. You're welcome. Take me up on that.
Sure.
I love going to the post office for some reason. Okay, so this is where you are right now. I don't know if you're listening or if you're watching. If you're watching, you can see this is not a fun card. It's a card of sorrow and almost despair. However, when this card appears, it means that you're starting to come back to yourself a lot. That the worst of this is passing, and it's a wonderful card in terms of like it's going away. All this stuff is going away.
Okay.
I get the your father, by the way, is very much with you, as is your son. And boy, your son is really handsome.
Oh. Yes, he was. Yes.
Yeah, he's real. I can see him. Do you mind if I ask how old he was?
He was 43.
Oh, wow. You sound younger
He
than
didn't
that.
look 43.
Oh.
Yes, he looked much younger than that. That's right.
Got beautiful cheekbones, and he's got this gorgeous skin tone, and he's got beautiful eyes. He loves you so much, and he has. Does he have two siblings?
Yes, you mean? Yes, he had a sister. I have a younger daughter. Yes.
So there were two siblings. He wants you to tell your daughter that, first of all, he's sorry he hit her over the head with a block when they were about 3 and 5. But I think he was a little bossy as a little boy. He's just lovely. Yeah, I think he pushed her. He's got kind of a king energy to me. So, Angela in Brooklyn, I'll be with you in a couple minutes. Yeah, he's got kind of a royal energy to me. Your son, he's got this lovely kind of regal, dignified, but guys like that when they're little boys can be very bossy because they know they're king. He's adorable. He's with you all the time. So is your husband still around?
Okay. Sorry?
Yeah, and is your husband still around?
Yes, he is.
Yes, I just held up the card about him. He's a lovely guy. And men don't talk about their emotions. They don't say anything and then just walk in front of a truck. So give him lots of hugs and get lots of, they just don't. Men don't talk about their emotions, even when you use an electric cattle prod. But enough about my personal life. I'm going to have to take the next caller in a minute, but I'd like you to get in touch with me, because if somebody loses a child, I give them a free 15-minute reading, or however long they need. I do mediumship work, so it's something I like to do. Angela in Brooklyn, don't go away. I'd like to spend another couple of minutes with Nilufer, because you and I are going to have a good time too, but I'm having a really good time with her. Okay. So one last thing, Nilufer. I think you've lost the ability to dream recently, because it's just been, you are so strong. So what this card is about, Pisces. Was your son a Pisces? No.
My son was a Pisces. No, my daughter's a Pisces. My son
Your
was
daughter's
Aquarius.
Sorry, wrong kid.
Yes.
So, and you're a Gemini, so you're everything. I do love Geminis. The Pisces card says to start to get back in touch with your dreams. Start getting back in touch with, start thinking about what makes you happy or what you'd like to do. Because I think when we go through a very hard time, our dreams get taken away from us. And so it's time for you to start.
I was just telling that to my daughter today, that I'm wondering why I can't dream, So she said it's because of the grief, probably. So you're so right. You are.
After I lost my mother, I didn't dream for a few months. And then suddenly when I dreamed, she was always there. But when somebody who's passed comes to us in dreams, it's not a dream, it's a visit. It really is. It's a visit. Just know that, because that's going to come in handy. You're going to start dreaming again soon. So don't worry about that. But I have such respect and admiration for the strength and grace with which you're handling this. So you're my new hero, Nilufer. I think you're great. All right, and get in touch with me and I'll send you this and give you a free reading.
I will. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. I get the best people. The show is like, it's so amazing, the people I get. And that includes you, Angela, in Brooklyn. Brooklyn in the house. Brooklyn, you still there, Angela?
Yes.
Where in Brooklyn are you?
Yes, near Bensonhurst.
Awesome. I'm over sort of in that, like around Atlantic Avenue, sort of Brooklyn Heights-ish, sort of downtown-ish. But I love Brooklyn.
Well, I'm more towards, I've only been here around 60 years, so.
Well, welcome. We'll send the welcome wagon over. It's usually got a mafioso, a big thing of pizza, and I'll be sitting in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Waving. Hi, Angela. So I'm happy you're with us.
How are you?
I'm great. It's great to hear your voice. How are you?
Good. Going through crazy times, of course.
Yeah, you are. Tell me your birthday, my love. I'm going to grab my drink. When's your birthday? That's why I connect to people. What is it?
July 3rd, 51.
Oh, you're a Cancer. Yay! I'm a Pisces. We love you guys. So you can be tough on the outside, but you're such a sensitive marshmallow on the inside. My little duckling. Oh my! You have been going through the ringer, honey. What the heck?
I know. I want to know if it's going to get better. I'm trying just to get everything together. It seems like I make it worse.
You know what? Here's the thing. Stop trying. Because you take so much responsibility for you carry the world on your shoulders, my darling, which is a wonderful quality. You're over responsible, and most people aren't responsible at all. So bless you, bless you, bless you. But you try to take care of everybody. How many kids do you have? You have 3?
Well, I have a stepson and 2 grandchildren.
You have what? I'm sorry.
A stepson and 2 grandchildren.
Oh, okay. I was seeing 3 kids around you, so I wasn't sure what that was. Yeah, you try to make everybody happy. You do it.
And
you make everybody. But you don't make you happy because you're so busy taking care of everybody else. So let me pull some cards for you. Hold on.
Okay.
And things, I can tell you, within 2 weeks, things are about to get a lot better. But it feels like, kind of like, as a metaphor, it feels like you accidentally lit a match in a fireworks factory. I don't know what just happened, but everything went. Is that right?
Everything, the house. I don't know if I should downsize financially, and everything is just a mess. And with my family and my grandchildren, I don't really see them that much. It's like everything is just going to run away.
Oh, you want to go to Bali? I feel like running away to Bali. Pack a bag.
I'll go anywhere.
However,
I'll go anywhere.
One really nice thing. I didn't make this card appear. I put my hand in the bag, and this is what came up for you. It's the Sun card. What the Sun card means is that things are going to get miraculously better without you knowing how.
What? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. things are going to get miraculously better without you really knowing how. The Sun card actually means that there's a really nice time coming up for you. I know you don't believe it because everything's just gone kablooey, but believe it. The next thing that comes up is a reconciliation with grandchildren. This is a child card, and this is a happy, loving child card. And not that they're child children, but that situation looks like it's going to work itself out much sooner than you know, much sooner. But right now, it's a hard card. It's a transparent card. My friend Emily does them. It's a 10 of wands, and normally it's the card of a guy carrying 10 sticks in his back, and he's bent all the way over, and it's the card of just feeling so overwhelmed and oppressed and kind of lost. But whenever that card appears, I will tell you this for free, my darling. Well, of course it's for free, but I've been getting this card a lot lately too, because I was feeling like, there's no other way to put it. And I think that's how you're feeling.
Oh yeah. The house.
Whenever this card comes up, it means the worst has passed. This is as bad as it gets. It's only uphill from here. This, I promise. So what I'd like you to do for the next 5 days, I'm going to give you an assignment, okay? Be really nice to yourself. Take an hour off when, even if people need you, we're from Brooklyn. We can say, sod that. Well, we don't say sod that. We say something else, but I'm not allowed to say it on TV. And go get a mani-pedi. Or go to one of those little like Korean places. I mean that in a very nice way, but ones I go to are run by nice Korean people that do like $30 massages for an hour, and just massages. I mean, they're legit. Go buy yourself some pretty lipstick. I think you're a very pretty girl. And I think that you love lipstick. I know you love lipstick and you love pretty colors. So your assignment today is you got to do one thing a day for the next 5 days. Starting tomorrow, you're either buying yourself lipstick, you're getting a mani-pedi, because you're a real girl's girl, aren't you?
Not really. I mean, I don't really like to get.
Well, that's okay. You can use a little pampering anyway.
Yeah.
I just see you as being beautiful, so I just assumed that. But do something to pamper yourself. So, what's one thing you can do to pamper yourself this week? Tell me.
No, just relax. Just not trying to I do a lot of exercising and walking.
Oh,
and
good.
I get my nails done and stuff, but I do things like that. I try to take care of myself that way, but it doesn't relieve any of the stuff that's in my head.
Okay, in that case.
And I know my husband is always with me. Though he's been gone a while, he's still always with me.
Yes, he is always with you. In that case, there's a really good meditation app called Calm, CALM. And it's for people who do not take naturally to meditation, which I don't think you do. I would get that app and do some of the meditations. They really help because I'm wired all the time. And it's very hard for me to meditate. And I use this app and I'm like, oh, what is this feeling? Could it be relaxation? But I'm also going to tell you that in your life, all that stuff is going to stop. It's going to start calming down, like, so to speak, starting in the next week. Within 2 weeks, things will be noticeably better. That's what the cards tell me. That's what my psychic self tells me. And also, I think you're going to reunite with a long lost friend or an old friend you haven't seen for a while. And that's going to be really nice. Let yourself, and you can also, because you take care of everybody. Am I right? You take care of everybody?
Yeah,
I know you do.
I try.
Yeah. No, you succeed. Sometimes it's nice to give our friends the gift of trusting them and saying, hey, you know what? Could you come over and just talk to me? Or can we go out for coffee? Or will you take me to a movie? I'm a little blue and I could use a hug from somebody special, which is you. Let yourself reach out a bit this week, because I don't think you do that very often because you're so busy taking care of
help. I don't
What's that?
help. I don't.
No, I know.
I
That's
never
why I'm saying.
ask for help.
I know. So it might be time to change that. You don't have to ask for help. I don't want you to look like, just feel like you're sounding pathetic. It's not like you're, help me. But if you call, sometimes it's really nice to give our friends the gift of letting them know we trust them and letting them support us. Because friendship has to be two-way highway. Not that I don't drive, but that's what I've heard.
I don't drive either.
Well, yeah, we're New Yorkers. I don't know any New Yorkers. I was married for 15 years to a New Yorker who didn't drive. Courtney Love doesn't drive. I don't know any New Yorkers who drive. We're not supposed to. We've got really good, we're supposed to walk or take
That's what
Ubers.
I do all the time, walk. I'm a big walker.
Yeah. That's a really good thing for you to do, too. I love that moment in New York City, the golden hour, like at twilight when everything turns golden. I love walking around Brooklyn then.
It's
you're going to be okay. What's that, Mela?
I'm really going to be okay. It's not going to feel like I'm not exploding anymore.
Yeah. Try the Calm app. Walk. I'm going to quickly teach you a breath. Hey, I've been profiled by the New Yorker. I know what I'm doing. So I'm going to teach you a breath really quickly. I want you to breathe in really deeply. And when you breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle, like that. What that does is it stimulates what's called the vagus nerve. Not the vagus nerve, that's a different nerve, but the vagus nerve. So you want to Google ways to stimulate the vagus nerve because that calms down our central nervous system. And you're just going on all cylinders. I promise you, within 2 weeks, things will be better. God is my witness, and as 12 years as a Girl Scout.
Okay.
Thank you. Now you know my deepest secret, Angela. I'm such a square. I'm so glad you called. I hope you call back sometime. I really like you.
Yes,
and you're
I like
really
you too.
valuable.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
have a good night.
Take care, my love.
Okay.
People love you. All right, take care. And I'm Perry Lyons. That was Angela. And before that, that was Nilufer. What the great names. And I'm every night, not every night, that'd be exhausting. 9 p.m. Wednesdays, Moonstruck TV. Come find me again. And I love you. You're wonderful. That color looks great on you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. It's always so much fun to be here with you. I look forward to it every week. And guess what, guys? It is still raining here in Visalia. I think this is the 4th week I've commented on that. We do need the rain, but hopefully it's going to be sunny soon. So hopefully all of you are staying warm and dry. And while we wait for a caller, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about a class that I have coming up. It is called Soul to Soul Psychic Development Circle, the Clairs, and I'll tell you what those are in just one second. You can actually find it on my webpage at mediumkellykristen.com or on Eventbrite. And it's a class for everybody. So I know a lot of you are working on your spiritual development. So you're welcome to come. It starts in May. It's May 7th through the 28th, every Sunday from 10 to 12 PST time. And again, beginners to advanced, it doesn't matter. We're going to work on developing our clairs and letting our soul kind of guide the way. Let's see what else I want to tell you about that. Well, let's talk about a little bit about what the clairs are. There's clairvoyance, which is clear seeing, clairaudience, clear hearing, clairsentience, clear feeling, getting tongue-tied here, and claircognizance, clear knowing. And there's more than that, but we are going to just focus on those 4. And you know, some ways that you might know that you're clairvoyant is by seeing pictures in your mind, or you might actually see auras or be a vivid dreamer, or you see pictures when you meditate. Those could be signs that you're clairvoyant. And you don't have to want to be a psychic medium to take the class or to learn about these things. It's all about, you know, finding out about how to develop your intuition and your abilities. And so if you want to join me, I'm going to give you a code for a discount. So get a pen and paper ready, right? The discount is SOUL23, and that's SOUL 23. So I hope you guys can join me because I think it'd be really fun to meet some of you, right? And if you have questions, you can message me on my Facebook. And I want to pull a card real quick from my Super Attractor deck. And oh, I say this like every week, but Spirit just must know what we need to focus on. It says, I trust that my intuition is always leading me in the right direction. So I trust that my intuition is always leading me in the right direction. That's perfect. Perfect for what we're talking about. Perfect for, you know, trusting that little bright white light we have that is our soul. And maybe it'll have something to do with our caller tonight. So let's go ahead and get our caller right now. We have Mandy from Pennsylvania. Is that correct, Mandy?
That's correct.
And Philadelphia?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. That's actually, I had found my grandfather was born there. So awesome. How are you this?
I'm born in New York, but I live in
Oh, well, close enough, right?
Right.
How are you this evening?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm looking forward to finding out what you'd like to talk about tonight. Do you have a question for me, or what kind of reading would you like?
I would love a mediumship reading. I always am curious of which one of my loved ones are around me and if they have any
Okay.
messages.
Okay, I'm just writing this down. Okay, perfect. I don't know if you tune in to my show normally, but I'm just going to tell you real quick that I like to do a soul-to-soul connection when I'm doing a reading. So if you can just kind of imagine that your little white light in your heart space is, you know, lighting up so that our two souls can connect and so that we can have a conversation. Our souls having a conversation. And then I will connect and see who's here for you.
Great.
Is
Thank
that
you
okay?
so much.
Oh, you're so
Yeah.
welcome. Now, are you okay with anybody that comes, or are you looking for someone specific?
I am okay with anybody. I did lose my father very recently, so I don't know if he's ready to start communicating with
Okay.
people here on Earth still, because I just lost him in February. I would love to hear from him, but anybody is fine.
Okay, because that actually is who I feel is here, like a man for you, and he does feel like a father because he feels very much like my father, who also is in spirit. So let me just tune in real quick, okay? I'm going to be quiet for 1 second and just ask him to come closer. Okay. Yeah, and he I know you were wondering if he's ready, but I feel like he tells me like he was born ready. So I feel like that's part of his personality. I feel like he's like, what are you talking about? I was born ready is kind of what he's saying. And so I feel like to me, I'm not saying that he is this way, but to me, he feels like he just wants to give me this big bear hug. So I feel like he would be a hugger and somebody that like not afraid to hug. Would you understand that about him?
I think it might be more so that I had bears made out of his t-shirts, and they were just delivered to me about an hour ago.
Oh my gosh,
right
okay.
next to me are 3 bears made out of his t-shirt, and I've been hugging them since I got them an hour ago.
Okay. All right. Because I feel that's what he made me feel like. And as you know, I'm doing the interpreting, right? It's like he speaks French, I speak
Right.
English, and we both speak a little Spanish. So that feels right because I just feel like I want to get a big bear hug. And okay, so just know that when you are looking or hugging the bears, that he's with you, and of course he's always with you, but just know that the intention is there, that when you are around the bears, that he for sure is with you. Now he still wants, I don't know, was he super funny? Because I feel like he's cracking jokes with me, but
yes, he's one of the ones that laugh at his own jokes, and only
yeah.
him and I ever laugh at him. No one else found him funny, but I found him hysterical.
Okay. All right.
All
Because
the
I feel like he wants to tell me like jokes, and I'm like, yeah, go for it. And the same thing like with the way he came in about how he's like, I was born ready. I don't know if that sounds like him, but I also feel like there's something about the way he dressed. Almost like he
Again, that
dressed.
might be because of the bears. They're made out of his clothes.
But would you understand that it's almost like he had his own dress code. It feels like he dressed in his own style. I don't want to say I don't want to say like outdated, but not, it's just like you'd mix and match things. Would you understand that?
No, not
Okay.
too much.
Okay, because it feels like to me it feels like he's mixing, like, I don't know, like things that either don't match or things that go together, but some people might not think they match. I don't know. Okay, but if you can't take that, just think about that I said that, because maybe it'll jog a memory about something, because I feel like it's almost like a joke, and I know we were just talking about that. So, or maybe would you understand anybody that dresses this way? It feels like I'm loud in a way, the way I dress. Is that a way that you would dress? Do you wear things that he might think don't match?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so, but he did wear shirts that I got him a lot of shirts because he had just got his leg removed, and they were funny shirts like, I don't need 2 legs to kick your you know what. And he would
That's
wear
hilarious.
shirts like that, but or it'll say it was a shark because he was missing a leg.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, though, I want to back up because now I feel like he wants to let you know that he is perfectly fine. I want to say he's not in pain, and for him, there's like I don't know. He just feels like he can do anything now. So I don't know if it wasn't
Oh,
just
that's
his leg,
wonderful.
but sorry?
That's so wonderful. That's what I worried about.
So it feels like he had other health issues beside his leg because I feel like I can breathe. I can actually, I'm doing whatever I want to do. And one of those things
Yeah.
is being around you. So first of all, he's fine. Okay. And he's saying also that he was greeted by the rest of the family. That it's like a family reunion. So I don't know if you have a lot of people on the other side, but he makes me feel like he had it's almost like a big party up in heaven. Um, and I also want to mention, I wonder if he also has visited you yet in a dream. We were just talking about that with the clairvoyance, but I feel like he either is going to or he has, because that is one of his abilities that he's able to do, which is amazing. So if that hasn't happened yet, keep an eye out for that.
Every night I ask.
Oh, he has?
No, every night I
every
asked
night you
him
ask?
to, and
Okay.
I felt like he did, but that it was more just me dreaming of him and not him visiting me. But I feel like he'll visit soon.
Okay, yeah, I feel like he is too. And Mandy, I am so sorry this goes by so quickly, but we are out of time. But you know what? If you'd like to reach out to me on my website, please do. And I'd love to continue this reading for you. My email is info@mediumkellykristen.com, and it's been such a pleasure to talk with your dad and yourself. And thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to say bye
so
for
much.
now.
You're wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in. I'll see you next week. Have a great week. Stay dry. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. If anyone wants to tune in, if anyone listening live would like a reading today, please do let our network know. I'll be offering a mini reading on our show just after I talk about. Today I said I would talk about self-worth, and we're going to look at values and self-esteem, really. Excuse my voice, it's miraculously healed, but I am in the process of losing my voice and coming back. So it's an unknown. I'm not sick. I'm just I'm talking too much, clearly. We've done this series on drug addiction, and there's some other sort of things that come up along the way, which I've realized, I really wanted to speak about it. So I might be to the point. I don't consider myself harsh, but really honest in a compassionate way. This is what it was like for me. I mean, not to offend anyone. This is how I experienced it. So on talking about self-worth, values, and self-esteem, I've just taken some notes because it's so clear in my head when I write it down. But here on the show, I will get lost and sort of go on a tangent on other sort of aspects of it. But I really wanted to say, please do not make decisions or commitments when your self-esteem or your self-worth is low. The reason why we do this, why I avoid this, is because when we're at our lowest, we often tend to attract things that aren't really aligned with our best selves, or we're working from a lower end of the spectrum and we don't want to settle. So the lower our self-worth and the lower our expectations are, and in reality, the more we're likely to settle for something that we wouldn't have on a good day or a good moment or when we were feeling good. So don't make rash decisions in the heat of the moment when you're having a bad day, a bad month, or a bad year. You're just going to spiral into more things that get you at your worst moments, not your best. So always, always work on loving yourself and that relationship with yourself. That relationship with yourself is going to not only improve your self-worth, your values, your self-esteem, but also the quality of your relationships. Now, Jennifer, hello.
Hi.
Welcome. I'm going to give you a reading. Just hold on one tick. Thank you for tuning in, or for calling in, I should say. So the more love you feel for yourself, the higher your vibration, or the higher your personality, and the more you'll radiate, and the more you will attract things that are in, like they say, in your highest good or your best interest. But the more you'll attract things that are better for you, things that you're not settling for, but things that are attracted to you and you're attracted to when you're at your best, not at your lowest or worst point. So I hope that is helpful for you. That was my experience after 17 years of low self-esteem and self-worth that resulted in substance abuse. So heading back to Jennifer. Hello there.
Hello.
Thank you again for calling in. What would you like your tarot reading on today?
My relationship.
On a relationship? Absolutely. Is there a specific question, or would you like a general reading?
Just a general reading.
Just a general reading on love? Okay. Let's see. I'd usually ask is it about a specific person, but I'm not feeling compelled to ask that today. So we'll see what the cards have to say for you. So please connect with Jennifer on a love reading. relationship readings, right? Connect with Jennifer. Oh, please connect with Jennifer. General relationship reading. Have a clarifier on that, please. And in what area? Okay. And advice and guidance. Advice and guidance. And an outcome. Okay. How do we improve that? Sorry, I'm pulling out a few cards. Okay. Okay. So overall, it's not showing me if you are in an existing relationship, but when we look at relationship and love in general, I feel that, first of all, always go with your gut instinct. There's an element of you, regardless of whether you consider it gifted or not, there's an element of you that when you connect with yourself, you actually know what's right for you and you know how to read a person well. So in all areas of your life, would you be comfortable to trust your intuition and your gut instinct?
Yeah.
Excellent. It is a light calling to do so, and the more you work on it, I think the stronger you'll get. So you don't have to be in the professional field of reading for people just because you're intuitive. So work on that. Look, love has not come easily for you. There's been some really challenging moments, and I feel that things at the moment are sort of, you might look at it as things that are needing to fall apart. I don't want to focus on this being a bad thing. I think any past hurt has shaped you into sort of feeling stuck and limited with choices, or, you're stuck in a sort of way of thinking that you're so much bigger than. So I think, yes, personal and physical attraction is important, but when it comes to relationships, and like I said, I'm not seeing any relationship existing at the moment. That's not to say you're in one, but this is the best advice I've got for you right now. I want to see you not be a product of your past or feeling stuck or settling. I want you to be your best self. I want you to feel like you can love safely and trust the decisions you make. And when it comes to love, feel safe to choose from the heart, not from, a place of risk or sort of trying to avoid situations that would break your heart. I think now is the time to build strong foundations on what you want and what you're sexually attracted to and personally, physically attracted to. It might be a challenge for you right now. However, the more we break those weak walls down, or those walls that are starting to crumble and those things that are breaking our relationships, the more stronger you will be on the flip side of that. Do you find it hard not to fully commit to a person, but do you find it hard to choose, make choices and stick with a person, or sort of, do you have a boundary or an expectation and then you can quickly sort of, fall back and let that slide?
Yeah.
We really, really need to work on that in all relationships, please. Out of anything in this reading, sticking to your decisions that you make is the strongest message I can give you to improve all areas of your life and future relationships. If you're not ready to do that, or you find yourself falling in that position again, the cycles you're going through are going to continue. So that's your big message, and part of trusting yourself as well. We need to flip things around for you in the status of your relationship. It's not that you're unlovable or other people are unlovable or a good match. It's that our heart there's an outer stone. So you don't have a heart of stone. You have a beautiful heart that is protected, say metaphorically, by a layer of stone. And you're not letting people into their full capacity. And you're not sort of having these boundaries and things in place that you need to. So flip that around. find your balance, find your grounding, trust and love yourself, and really let those emotions out. First with people you're very comfortable with, and then set those boundaries. If we don't do this, we're always going to feel cheated and hurt. And we're going to make rash decisions that we're trying to avoid. Whew. It's a big mouthful. How do you feel about that?
I feel good.
It's,
I
yeah,
think
good. It is
I have a
lot.
lot of things. Boundaries is like the number one thing. I think I have to stick to my guns.
Yes, boundaries is the strongest. It is not the easiest as well. So with all readings, we don't expect you to go away and change everything overnight. We're not going to place that much pressure on you. Take your time, but not your lifetime. So we want to improve your
Yeah.
life, not add pressure to it. So awareness is a key, and keep working on it. Love yourself. The more you love yourself, the better this is going to get. The more you trust yourself. You're an amazing person, and you're selling yourself short.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. It's been really beautiful to connect with you. Thank you for calling in and asking such a personal question, and allowing me in so deeply. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to everyone else, so I actually don't know what we'll be talking about next week. I have had no thought about it. So tune in for a mystery show. I'll post about it on Facebook. So head over to our Facebook page or our website, which will give you links to everything. Really enjoying doing mini reads on our social media and connecting deeper with people and putting myself out there. And it's been really fun. So if you want a reading, you want a mini reading, or you want to explore Soulfully Guided outside of the show, please check us out and tune in next week for our mystery topic. I don't know what I'll be talking about, but thanks for listening this week. Bye, everyone.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you once again live from the city of New York, where, contrary to media reports, people are not getting machine gunned in the streets. In fact, ever since the lockdowns a couple of years ago, this is a far friendlier town. I'm in Midtown, so my area is just in the theater district near Times Square. So we get a lot of people from all over the world visiting us here, and even the locals are friendly. New Yorkers have a reputation for being nasty. Forget about it. You know, I can't even leave the house without getting into 2 or 3 conversations, just like between here and the grocery store, which is around the corner. People just are starved to talk and meet each other. And are they sick of politics? Let me tell you, that's my own unofficial straw poll. Why is it called a straw poll anyway? I'll have to look that up sometime. Speaking of straws, I had my, it's the summer is 8 days old, and I had my first gin and tonic today, and my second and my third of the summer. And I'm able to do that and sound so clear and level-headed because at my advanced age, I use like about a tablespoon of gin in each gin and tonic. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. But I love the crispy, the refreshingness of gin and tonic with lime. Oh, man, that is just wonderful. To me, that's the second best thing you can do with lime. First best is key lime pie. Outstanding. I used to make such a wonderful key lime pie. I brought one to a restaurant a friend of mine owned years ago, and the people each got a slice, and then they put it in the refrigerator, and then unbeknownst to even the owner of the place, the staff sold it. They thought, oh, look, we have key lime pie on the menu. Now, I can't do that because I'm not, I couldn't even begin to tell you how many thousands of regulations there are if you want to go into the food business, which is one of the reasons I didn't. But if you want to get into that, wow, I mean, people talk about, well, we need smaller government. One of the areas, I'm not going to get into the political aspects of it, but you can take years to satisfy the requirements for the labeling of a package when you sell food. So I steer clear of that kind of stuff. I have lots of nice things for sale because I think it's nice to sell nice things, and I unfortunately I had to raise my prices lately because, in case you hadn't noticed, right, things are getting more and more expensive. But I did raise. This is just fair warning for the people who go to mojoacademy.org. mojoacademy.org. You don't have to go to mojoacademy.org. I'm mentioning that over and over again. But yeah, because, I do say, look, this is really not the time to spend money on extraneous things. But there are a couple of books at mojoacademy.org that I think they rise to the level of necessity, especially in the times that we're in now, where, unfortunately, we have a lot of people in this country right now scared to death over things they don't understand. They think they understand it. That's the essence of fear, I suppose. But everything is going to move along just fine. This is a time of change, and change scares people. And that's why I think one of the things that I recommend the most is a book called Unmasking Fear. It was written in 1919. I wrote two introductions to the updated version of it because I wasn't old enough to write in 1919. But it's a book that is very important, and I love it when people buy it and talk about it, because it is about the way certain power structures in the world control people by keeping them afraid, you see. Now, I always say that everything you need to know about politics you can see in the movie The Music Man, where the guy whips everybody up into a frenzy over a problem that doesn't exist just so that he can sell them a solution, okay? We see this all the time. And people, I'm sorry to have to say this, but fear is addicting. Physically, fear is addicting because there's certain hormones that get released when the adrenaline goes running, and it changes the body, it changes the mind. And unfortunately, there are people who become addicted to fear, and they need a dose of fear, and they're always going to be afraid. And if you try to show them that what they're afraid of isn't really scary, they'll cut your throat. You're taking away something that's most important. There are, for some reason, people who only feel alive when they're scared. This is where we get these like vertical drop roller coasters. A good old-fashioned roller coaster isn't enough for our jaded society. But this book, Unmasking Fear, when it was written, there wasn't even radio. There was no mass media. People didn't understand. Now, you want to understand why mass media has the power to scare you? And you want to understand when they realized it? Go to YouTube, look online for the 1930s. Was it 39, I guess, was it, or 38? See how terrible I am with dates. I can tell you a story about the worst date I ever had, but that's a little later. Listen to the Orson Welles famous, everyone knows about it, but very few people have actually heard it. The Orson Welles War of the Worlds broadcast. Here's something that's fascinating to maybe 4 people listening. That script was actually edited down and written by the actor Paul Stewart, which very few people, some of you out there have got to be Paul Stewart fans, like I am. You'll know him when you see him. He's wonderful in Kiss Me Deadly. But this was the thing that achieved legendary status when Orson Welles pretended to have Martians invading New Jersey. And people believed it. Now, was there nationwide panic the way the newspapers reported it the next day? No. There are some interesting books about why newspapers misreported it. However, enough people did believe it. Enough people did believe that something could be launched, a spaceship could be launched on Mars and land in New Jersey 8 minutes later, which on its own is ludicrous, that the powers that be at the time learned that whatever people hear from a well-modulated voice over the radio and later television will be believed by a certain percentage of the people. And that's what we have now. And you say, how can this person or that person lie? Well, because it works, and that there's just no other way around it. But using fear, the one thing that I spent years in the news business and I spent years in politics. And one thing is the flip side of the other. I know that a lot of you understand that there's a direct, like, politics to media pipeline, and I was on it. How can I phrase this? If you're busy being scared, you're not going to think about what's coming up. You're not going to be rational about things. When you're scared, the blood drains from your brain, literally. It goes to your arms and your legs, so that you can run or fight. It's a fight or flight syndrome. Literally, scaring you makes you dumber. We've all been startled and then found out that it was scared and it was something silly. I got the bejabbers scared out of me one night when I saw myself in a mirror. Now, I know I'm not the best looking guy in the world, but at that point, it was the middle of the night in somebody else's apartment. I was visiting a friend. I couldn't have been more than 10 years old, at least. I was in the area of about 10 years old when there had been a massive power failure, and I didn't know my way around, and I turned a corner in the apartment in the dark, and there was a person coming right at me, and it was me in a mirror, but I didn't know that because I was scared, you see. So I didn't even recognize myself. See? What is the expression people use? I want you to repeat this to yourself because this is behind all the attempts to scare you in media. Scared out of your wits. Okay? What are your wits? Your wits are your intelligent faculties. Scared out of your wits. That's the holy grail of broadcasting. And this book, Unmasking Fear, was written before broadcasting, which is up at the time it was written, broadcasting was a farming term. It had to do with scattering seeds. That was broadcasting your seed. Just throw it across the field. So they picked up that as a metaphor for running things on mass media, which prior to radio never existed. I mean, nobody was hunched over the Morse code machine. I think the correct word is telegraph, Elliot, and waiting for like fight results. So anyway, this is by way of my mentioning mojoacademy.org and why I like to sell ethical products. I don't sell anything that's unethical. I don't sell like a magical kit that will cure this or that problem. I do sell magical kits that can help you deal with these problems. I don't sell them very often because most of the time I dissuade people from buying them. brilliant sales technique, right, to talk people out of the sale. But if a person doesn't need it, I don't want to sell it to them. I explain that in my book. Reverend Elliot explains it all. See, isn't that funny how everything I bring up now is related to a product I'm pushing? And at the same time, though, you see, I'm telling you, don't buy anything from me. And I mean it sincerely. Because I sell some of the pendants that I have, which have magical symbols on them, and I can. And anybody buys those and you don't know how to use it, just contact me and I'll let you know. But like I said, we're in very dangerous times right now because people are scared, and if you're under 40, which I'm trusting some of you are, you never experienced inflation like this, never. And all I'll tell you, without, this is nothing magical. This is no serious revelation. The only way you can fix and stop inflation is with recession. And recession, if it gets out of control, becomes a depression. Now, we have not heard that word depression since 1932, when the Great Depression happened. I remember a radio personality asking, what was so great about the Depression? I didn't think it was very good. Why do they call it the great? No, great means huge. This is what, in fact, originally was meant when people referred to the United States as this great land of ours. They meant that it goes from coast to coast, that it's huge, it's colossal. And of course, these things change, because, to me, my favorite word that shifted is incredible. People think incredible means wonderful. Incredible means lacking in credibility and can't be believed. Now, a few years ago, about 15, 20 years ago, there was a guy advertising a product on the radio here, which was garbage. It was a fake product. It was a pseudo-medical thing. It was garbage. It was baloney. I'm using the most polite words I can in mixed company. But he didn't get into trouble. When they tried to shut him down, he said, I told people it was not real, because his ad began with the words, everything I'm about to tell you now is completely incredible. Now, what he was saying was, don't believe me. But everybody heard it as, being, wow, that's incredible. That is not what incredible means. So, boy, am I going on a tangent here. My favorite fruit is a tangent. The thing is that we have fear now, and the money supply is shrinking in value. You can't do that accidentally, I might add. For some reason I can't even fathom, people wanted to do this, and they did it. Now, they won't use the word depression. That's what got me on words changing, because of the images that conjures up of people selling apples, and the mythology that the stock market crashed in October of 1929 and the next day the Depression started. No, the Depression started a little bit later. There, a couple of years after that, but it was still bad after the stock market crashed. But we have two bad choices now. We can leave things the way they are, and bit by bit your savings and your money will go away. Your house will be worth more, but nobody will be able to buy it. Or they can engineer a recession, and it will be really bad for about 2 years with high unemployment. But after that, we'll be fine. And people don't want to do that. People really resent the idea of having to suffer to get something. And I understand that. And they should question. They should ask questions like, why was this done? So I'm going to be getting tarot readings tonight. You watch, that have a lot of new beginnings in them. Aces, the Wheel of Fortune. I pull a card before each show to give me a sense of what's going on in the environment. And the card I got was the Wheel of Fortune, which is we're in changing times. I certainly hope, because we can't maintain what's going on now. We can't keep this up because people are suffering, and there's no need for it. The problem is that for the first couple of years, the cure is worse than the disease. The people of Japan took care of this many years ago when they had rampant inflation, and the government told them what they were going to do. Said, we are good. They didn't lie to them. They didn't say everything is fine. Everybody knew it wasn't. And they said, here's what we're going to do. There's going to be a recession. People are going to be struggling. It's going to hurt a lot of people, but you're going to be fine in a couple of years. So they asked people to help each other and work together, right? help your neighbors, work together, and we'll all get through this. And they did. And Japan emerged as one of the strongest economies on the planet. Well, you can't do that at a time when the political and media people are pushing division. We're supposed to hate people who disagree with us. And this is very important. This comes out as the sum and substance of the book, Unmasking Fear, because you're not supposed to disagree with somebody. You're supposed to cancel them. You're supposed to eradicate them. You're supposed to fear them if they disagree with you. Anytime I state an opinion when I get into a political discussion, I do it with the underlying assumption that I could be wrong. Because if I'm willing to assume that you're wrong, then I have to understand that you can assume that I'm wrong. And you may have a point, and that's called learning. But right now, we have a situation when we need it the least, where it's my team is better than your team. And I'm going to vote for my team. But that's changing. People are switching teams. I won't go into that too deeply because that's beyond the scope of what we're doing here. But I'm just saying that the problem we're facing now is far from transitory, and it's going to hurt people. And this is the time when you may want to take a look at some of the books that I have at mojoacademy.org. Not all of them. I mean, I don't think you need the books like on numerology, or I don't think you need the book about William Jennings Bryan's last speech, things like that. They're interesting and they're historical. But what we need now is a toolbox, man. We need tools to deal with what's being thrust upon us by people who claim to love us and care of us and have our best interest at heart. Okay. I think you know where I'm going with that. So, I'm not going to get political on this because politics comes and goes. And, anyone over 40 has been here before. We've seen it before, and we knew we'd see it again. And you can't plausibly say that everything is fine and we don't need to do anything. But prepare yourselves mentally and emotionally, because there are people who want to scare you. That's all I want to get across now. Bad things, we don't like when bad things happen, but bad things happen. And that is not to say that bad things don't make us better. The old thing, whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Well, I'm not sure I want to be made stronger that way. That's a good swift kick in the groin is not going to make me stronger tomorrow, but so don't do that to me. But what I'm telling you is there's a highly paid industry out there to scare you, and I am here to give you positive energy and hope in terms of reality, which is that the reality is there is a whole industry which is coexistent with politics, which is designed to scare you. So if you're feeling scared, okay. Now, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to change things that you can't change? Or are you going to change the things that you can change, which are like essentially you? You can change you. See? And then you'll be stronger for that. That's the long way of saying, come on, guys, don't be scared needlessly. Fear is important, by the way. Fear is the emotion that tells us something's wrong. When you're constantly in fear, that's terror, and that's no good. We punish terrorists because terror is no good. Same thing with anger. Anger is good. Anger is the feeling that tells you that you've been mistreated. Constant anger is rage, and that will kill you. It will kill you. So check out certain things, like Reverend Elliott Explains It All. See, I've got things in that book that'll show you how to use meditation techniques to clear the negative energy away from you. There's recordings there at mojoacademy.org for cleansing negative energy. It works. Let me tell you, it works. This is, I think, one of the greatest inventions of modern history was the iPod. I know they're not going to be making them anymore, but there's still music players that you can use. And just put a meditation on that, pop it on your head at night, and go to sleep listening to it. And you'll be amazed at what good stuff it can do. And you can see, I even have the Three Stooges meditation disc at mojoacademy.org. And all these things are there to help. Psycholaxation. Now, that was a recording. Could you imagine? That was a record from 1955 as a guided meditation, possibly one of the first ones. You'd have to put what we would call the hi-fi right near the bed in those days. Now you can just pop earbuds on and listen to psycholaxation. These are all things that will help you, and that's why I mentioned mojoacademy.org. Like I said, in times like these, I'm torn between not wanting to do any hard pressure sales technique stuff, which I don't do anyway. But there are things there that will change your life. That was the reason that we started Mojo Brothers Publishing. There are things there that will change your life. And among them will be those things like the Three Stooges meditation. It's a Shemp meditation disc. I know it sounds silly, but it works. It's been around since the 70s and was an underground cassette, and you can get a CD of it and get that audio out and put it into your player. Psycholaxation, that has helped me beautifully. I have chakra meditations there that will clear your negative energy because, folks, negative energy is coming at you like a tidal wave right now. And they're counting on it. They're running negative energy and negative stuff on television constantly to get you to be messed up. Don't allow it. Okay, we're going to wrap this up and get to the tarot readings, which is why we're here. But I'm doing this because this environment of fear, anger, rage, deliberately foisted upon us by people who make money. They do it for money to hurt people. We got to bring an end to this. And I want you all to take responsibility for cleansing your own mind and spirit of the negative, ugly energies that highly paid people are putting there. Let me tell you something, because I've done it. I opened up by saying I had my first gin and tonic of the summer today. You don't, just please trust me on this. You do not want to sit down in a bar and have drinks with news people, because your anger level and your blood pressure will rise. They are not what you think they are. They're not Walter Cronkite sitting in a room just giving you the news. These are these are like pushers of fear. And they know it and they like it. I'll be happy to talk to any of you off the air about this if you want to. I mean, quite seriously. My email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, @earthlink.net. Anybody wants to get in touch with me about any of this, you just drop me a line. Also, if you want a free tarot mini reading, that's my gift to the Ask One Radio audience. Drop me a line there. asktarot @earthlink.net. I've been shuffling up the cards, you see. And it won't help because the cards are going to show that these are times of change and negativity. But we're going to deal with it on an individual level. There goes my throat. Hang on. There we are. The golden throat is back. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, and we're going to get to our first reading. Draw back the curtain on the magical window for Angela in Brooklyn. Hi, Angela. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, fellow New Yorker?
Oh, I guess I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make it better. It is tiring, you know. I mean, we keep hearing about how horrible things are in New York now, and we're here, you know. But I don't know. Mm-hmm. I mean, things have been better, but I don't think of it as horrible. I don't know. So
no, I don't think of it as horrible either. I love New York. So.
Yeah, you know, the people outside of New York, a lot of people, they still think that Death Wish was what New York was really like. You know, even back then, New York wasn't like that. Mm-hmm. You know,
I still love going in the city. I mean, it's coming back, and I'm really happy that
Yeah. I mean, we have a few nuts around, but for a city of 8.5 million people, goodness, you know.
They were always there.
Yes, they were. So, Angela, what can I look at for you?
Well, since my my husband's been gone a few years, and right now, financially, I'm kind of struggling. But I have my house, and I have an apartment that I was renting, a co-op, and I'm in the process of selling it. But it's a lot of problems with the real estate. It's been a disaster, and I just hope it's going to end soon without me going, making a little bit of a profit. But I'm having a very hard time in, trusting the real estate guy. And I just, I hope it ends soon because financially I need it to end.
Yeah, well, I tell you, while you started talking, before you told me what was on your mind, the first card I got was the King of Coins, which is about money, which is about mastering money and dealing with money. So I could see that was the issue. There's also sadness involved. I guess that relates to the loss of your husband because I have the Nine of Swords here. So there's still a lot of sadness going on in around that, and there always will be, I'm sure.
And then I have family issues. Family makes me crazy and stuff.
Oh well, hey,
that's kind of normal.
I know. I actually fired my family long ago. So I did. I said right out. So genetics doesn't give you a special privilege to abuse me, folks. So
well, they do anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, let me tell you, there's changes coming. That's the Wheel of Fortune. There's changes coming your way, and they're going to be good changes because the next card is the Eight of Cups, and that is a card of a person who gets from where she is, to something and leaves something that isn't working, which is where you are, and is going to something better. So you're working on improving yourself, and I see that it's going to pay off because the next card is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of satisfaction and enjoyment. It's also a card that is a person who knows how to enjoy life. There's a warning in that card that people may be envious of you because of that you're going to live well. And there's the Ace of Cups too. So the two things these are very good cards here. The two things that are most important to you are financial but emotional. I mean, you're not one of these people who's going to do anything for money. That it has to feel right for you, and you're going to get that. You're going to do that. In fact, I've got the Ten of Cups, which is a great card of happiness and joy. So you will come through this okay. It's one of the quirks of inflation is that real estate gets to bring in more money than it would ordinarily. It's one of those strange things. That's why when inflation starts coming, it looks like a good time at first. Because because there's a lot of money around, and there was a lot of money being spent. So there's still a chance that things will work out well for you. In fact, I have a card here which is the Six of Rods, which is great success and triumph. So I do think that things are going to work out really well for you.
And what about emotionally and all that? I mean, I do keep busy. I do have friends and stuff, but I'm still kind of stuck.
Well, I there's nothing you can do except understand that it's the way of life. When we outlive somebody who was that close to us, it's not fair. You know what I mean? That's about it. But the Ace of Cups is here, which is a rebirth of emotional stuff. The aces are beginnings, and the cups are joy and happiness and affairs of the heart. And, so it's telling me that, this is the best of all of them. This is the same thing on steroids. It is the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth. So I think you're going to come through okay. Let me just shuffle it up one more and get one more card.
Okay.
And see if that adds anything to it, because it's a boringly happy reading, So let's see what we get here. This probably relates to the real estate thing. It's the Three of Rods, and that is about you in partnership with somebody else are waiting for the results to happen, and the results will happen. The results will come in.
Okay.
So hang in there, and remember, if you don't feel right about a professional who's working on your behalf, speak to that person and consider finding somebody else. This is because this is a time of this is a time when people who have assets have a little bit more power than usual. Like if you have if you're one of those lucky people who has some cash to deal with, you'll get better interest rates now. that's a byproduct of inflation, and you gotta take it where you get it, right? But I think you're going to come out of this okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot, which we're going to do right now for Donna in Del City, Oklahoma. Hi, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, let's see what we can do to make that better. What can I look at for you?
Oh, my goodness. Everything helps.
Was there anything in particular you want to look at?
Maybe just, well, no, not really.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. I have a card here that is a card of somebody who feels stuck and is not moving and not going anywhere. Is that what you're feeling?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
I said it tonight. Yes, I did.
That's the Eight of Swords.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a circle.
Well, let's see if we can take a look at what that's all about, because I do see better times coming for you, and coming soon, I might add, because that's the Eight of Rods. That means whatever's coming your way is in motion now. This is vague, but it says, because I'm looking at the bigger picture, did something happened that made you sad recently?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Because I've got,
yeah.
I have this. You don't have to tell me more than you want to. You know, if you don't want to go into detail, that's absolutely fine. But I'm seeing that you're feeling stuck, which you confirmed. The Three of Swords is a card of sadness, and I don't want to go into more than that, because you know what it means. You know what I'm talking about. You know why you're feeling sad, and if you don't want to go into it, I certainly am not going to force you to go into that in front of all these people. But I do see this situation changing and getting better for you, and sooner than you think. Not right away, but sooner than you think. You're
blowing my mind, because everything you're hitting right on the head. Right on the head. Yes.
Is there a legal matter in your life right now?
Yes, but I can't get anywhere with it. I had a daughter that was in an accident and killed, and I don't know. I wasn't told what happened. I was just told she was in an accident, didn't survive, but she was hit by a train, and I never identified the body. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
Because I've got cards that indicate both a legal issue and sadness. So now what I was going to ask you about the sad part, but you just told us. So yeah, these are all the things. The cards are showing me exactly what's on your mind, and the cards are showing me exactly what the issues are. Now that doesn't really help, because let's see if we can shuffle them up and see what it's going to be like in the near future here. See if we can get some kind of idea about where this is leading you. This is the thing about tarot, which is just astounding to me. As many years as I've been doing this, which is about 42,000 years in human years, it never ceases to amaze me how these cards can get right to what's going on. Okay, now again, I shuffled up the cards. You heard them, but I've got still the Nine of Swords, which is the card of great sadness, and the Judgment card. That's why I asked about the law. These cards came back. And then I have another one for you, which is about the Judgment card is about getting what you deserve. It's getting what belongs to you. It's getting what you merit. And the Temperance card is here. The Temperance card is telling me, because we're looking at the future here, that your life balance will be restored in your life. It is unbalanced now, and it should be, because bad things happened, and they throw us off balance. So there's no shame in that. But the two cards I'm seeing for your future are the Temperance card, which means that balance will be restored, and the 10 of Swords, which means that the worst is over, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. And just to be sure, I got the Justice card. That means there's definitely going to be some action in terms of the legal stuff that you're pursuing. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
So right now you're in the thick of it, and it's upsetting. As somebody who just concluded a couple of years of legal action myself, that I know how that weighs on the mind. But I'm seeing that the Judgment and Justice cards are a pretty damn good indication that you're going to get justice here in this case. So hang in there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to light a candle for you after the show to send positive energy your way. How's that?
That's great.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. See, it's amazing to me how tarot goes right to the heart of what's going on. Now, if it doesn't, if because every time I ask the question like, did you have a loss recently? I'm making an inference from the cards that I pull, but I'm always prepared for it to be wrong. It rarely is wrong. And that's not me. That's not, look what a great tarot reader I am. No. This is, man, that is such a trap in the esoteric world when the magician starts to take credit for the work. But it's not. We work the system. In fact, if you remember the stories, if you remember your Bible stories, this is why Moses was denied entry into the Promised Land. Could you imagine wandering around for all these years and not getting allowed in because he did something? He claimed credit for a miracle that he didn't do. And he needed to be brought down a peg for that one. And that's why he was denied entry in the Promised Land. Courtney in California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Good. Anything special you want to look at? Or should I just look through the cards and see what shows up?
I kind of wanted to talk about like my past life. I've always felt really connected to Marilyn Monroe, and I don't know if there's actually something there. So if we could tap into that.
I had an interesting experience with Arthur Miller, to whom she was married for a while. That was a weird experience. There was a guy who, I'll tell you briefly, there was a guy who was famous in the 1960s who by the 1990s, he had a lot of weird ideas, but he was a fascinating guy. He made a lot of things happen. And I introduced him to a literary agent, and we were sitting in a restaurant having lunch. And he used to get up and walk out of the restaurant every few minutes because next door was an off-track betting parlor, which we used to have in New York. Only New York City could run a bookie joint and blow it and ruin it. So they had to be shut down. But he was a little bit of an overpowering personality, this man, and he could inflate his ego a bit. And one of the times he left the restaurant to go to check on his bets, the agent turned to me and says, "Who does he think he is, Arthur Miller?" And guess who walked into the restaurant the moment she said that? It was Arthur Miller.
Oh my gosh.
Which is this kind of stuff that happened around this guy all the time. So, hey, what can I tell you? This if you feel a connection, it can be real. Now, what I can do is look at some stuff for you.
I'm also a medium,
excellent.
and so there's so many things that we just connect. Like the same cat that she had, the same dog that she had, the same color hair, same color eyes, same height, same weight, same body shape. I mean, it's just down to like everything. It's just insane. I was adopted. I was passed through homes myself. I had 3 loves in my life. I'm very young. I should say 24, but I feel like I've lived 1,000 lifetimes. I just being a medium, I've never been able to read myself unless I'm talking to someone else.
There's an image in Buddhism about lifetimes. Like how many lifetimes how long do we have to do this? And the image is this. Picture a huge mountain like the size of Mount Everest, right? Yeah. And a bird flies by Mount Everest with a piece of silk in its beak. And the piece of silk brushes against the top of Mount Everest, and that bird flies by once a year. The amount of time we need is the amount of time it takes that bird with the silk to wear the mountain down.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, it's in Hinduism, of course, they deal in hundreds of thousands of year installments, kalpas and things like that. So, yeah, have you done anything like Akashic record meditations?
I've done multiple meditations with worldwide known psychics multiple times. Worked with them a few times, though I have ended up in like a psych ward just from getting overloaded from, being really spiritual and my mediumship and psychicism coming out. But I got more of a grip on it. My last time that I was at the hospital was last October I got out. So, and it was only for a month. It was a really long time. That was probably the longest, but
I hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
I hope everything's okay. Yeah.
Better.
A month in the hospital is a nightmare, let's face it.
Yeah, no, it is, definitely.
So this, you seem pretty clear about what you want. Now, let me just preface this also just quickly by saying, I understand where you're coming from because I have even from childhood, have very clear images of a previous existence of my own.
Yes, and I have those too. When I've done past life regressions, I've seen images of, and this will freak some people out on the air listening, but I've had, where I've seen specifically 2 to 3 men in suits around me and walking outside of my house to the side of my trellis, and then it just gets black from there. And I've always been afraid of suffocating for some reason, and I do not like taking medicine. They tried to get me on schizophrenic medications and what they did to Marilyn, basically. And I've had just some really crazy experiences happen where I should not be here today, and somehow I am.
Well, you're here, and you're aware. Yeah. That's a good sign. I'm not doing this as a plug, but there is a book that my company reprinted called "How I Discovered My Mediumship," and it was by probably the most famous American medium of the early 20th century, which means she's totally forgotten now. But see, she's been through. She explains what it's like growing up that way, and how everyone treated her like she was a lunatic. And yet she gained an astonishing reputation as a very clear medical medium, in fact.
Yeah, I'm actually able to pick up on people's health problems that they're going through. I mean, it's crazy the things that I'm able to pick up on. I thought I was just a medium at first, but then I was able to pick up on like what's going on with your left eye or your right knee or your shoulder or your back pain or your stomach, like even your heart. Like I could pick up on things that I just should not be able to. And with Marilyn Monroe, she also was very much into finding out about things. She visited Area 51 with John F. Kennedy. I mean, she did so many things.
Well,
got her comrade too.
I live just a few blocks away from the Actors Studio, so
wow.
have you ever visited there? I mean, that might be you might just standing near that building might do things for you, might bring things up.
I've actually been to New York one time. I swam in the Hudson River in Albany, and then I went to the Times Square, and then I went to Ellis Island to see like my history of like my biological family, and we dug into it a little bit because there's not much that I really know. I never knew my father, just like Marilyn Monroe. I still don't know him to this day. There's some mystery there. And my mother, she was in and out of prison.
And keep up with the meditation work, because you do have memories in there that you don't know you have from this life, even. Because our memories go way back. I'm running short on time here, but I would recommend, because you do see. I sometimes hear from people in your situation who don't understand what's happening to them or why. You're not in that.
Yeah.
You seem further along with that, which is fine. I mean, that'll help you. But I do think that if you look at mojoacademy.org and look at the book Understanding How I Discovered My Mediumship, there may be some things that you could pick up there that'll help you out, because it's a very moving story of a woman who survived all of the attempts to put her down in a way, So give it a shot.
Through my hospitalization.
It may help you out. Let me tell you that the one thing I'm seeing here, just let me leave you with this since I'm here for tarot. There's a Four of Cups is the card I get for you. And that is a card that shows a person looking at three cups, and there's another cup coming out of a cloud in a hand, and the person doesn't see it yet. That's a card of hidden influences. And that's important because that's what you're talking about. Is you want to get a handle on those hidden influences that are in your life.
Yes.
So, see what you can do through meditation. I recommend the Tara Sutphin's meditation for Akashic memories. That's a very good one. If you can find that, I think it's still for sale. If not, if you have a problem with it, I can look around to see where it is and see if I can get you a copy. But that does very good too. But How I Discovered My Mediumship might help you. And remember, the point of this book is that you're dealing with hidden influences, and you know that, and you're not scared of them. That's the important thing. I've got to run now. I want to see if I can get one more call in, but it's been great talking to you, and I wish you all the best with this. And come to New York again and see if you can stand in front of the Actors Studio on 44th Street and see what happens. Because you were so close when you go to Times Square. Times Square is just a couple of blocks away. This is 44th between 9th Avenue and 10th. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get one more call in. We have a few minutes, and that would be Carrie in South Dakota. Hi, Carrie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. We've just got a couple of minutes to go here. So what can I look at for you?
I'm wondering if you can tell me anything. I'm looking at possibly filing for bankruptcy, and if that is a good option for me or not.
Well, let me tell you, the first thing is all three cards here that I pulled out while you were starting to talk to me are about money. So, yeah. The 10 of Cups is the final card, which is a card of happiness and success and joy. So it's something worth pursuing. I definitely don't think that you should take the advice of the tarot cards in like a minute and a half reading, but it does look like this is a decent option, because the end result I'm seeing is success.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There's a success and emotional well-being. So that, it's the best thing I could do is the question would be, and this is the really best for tarot, is if you go for the bankruptcy route, how will that work out? And this looks like it'll work out good. But please stay consulting professionals and see what you can do. Okay. Right. Because, financially, these are weird times. I'm expecting gold to start losing value. That's how weird it is. So, don't take your advice from some cards, no matter how wonderful they are. That I don't think that will help you, but you're gonna come out okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we get to look around the space-time continuum and see what's coming. You see, I told you there's going to be a lot of stuff about money and changes and things happening that are just strange, man. Because these are strange times. Like I said, when you get into inflation, it presents opportunities. All bad situations present good opportunities, but it's difficult. You got to be prepared for them, and very few people are. Like even a stock market crash. If you're young enough and you have the cash, that's a good time to start buying certain stocks. But no, this is, we're looking at more lofty things here, which is the spiritual survival. So this is why I mentioned early on, why I mentioned the book Unmasking Fear. I think that's going to be a great help to anybody who's listening, is Unmasking Fear, because right now there's changes coming. That alone in itself is scary. And there are people whose sole job, they get paid hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Their sole job is to amplify that fear, is to make you more scared. And of course, they'll sell you a solution, you know. Or they'll do it just to keep you watching their programs. So, because, I'm so scared. What's going on? What's going on? I'm not saying keep yourself uninformed, but just take it with a grain of salt, because they've been wrong before, as you know. Almost everything they told us about the wonderful little disease that's been going around, almost everything they told us, things that they threw you off social media for saying, are now considered true. So you see, just realize that the people who are holding themselves up as experts oftentimes don't know any more about this than you do. As Will Rogers said during one of his radio shows in 1935, during the depths of the Depression, I don't know any more about this than an economist does. Now, didn't the economists tell us that in December that if inflation would be gone? Remember that? That by December last year, inflation would be gone? Now it's worse than ever. But don't let it scare you. Trust me. These are things that you're going to have to learn to deal with, rather than let them terrify the hell out of you, because then you're going to not function and they're going to steal your life. It's bad enough they're hurting our money, but no, don't let them take your life. Well, that's it. I'll see you again next week at the same time here on the Ask One Radio Network. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the great city of New York, where we get together for an hour every Wednesday to listen to me look through the magical window for you. That is the tarot deck here. That's shuffling up the cards there. That's we're going to be looking through tonight to find out what's going on in our lives, what's going on around the corners of reality, what's coming up in the future, and what we can do about it. Now, that's something I used to talk about quite a lot, but I don't think I've mentioned it in a while, which is people want to know why you bother looking into the future. Because the future is not written in stone. The future now is not the same future as the future 5 minutes from now, because 5 minutes from now, you're a different person. Now, that is a very bizarre concept, but if you couldn't do anything about the future, then there'd be no point in looking at it. And yet we can look at it through the tarot cards, and we can see what the influences are. If we can't necessarily see the outcome, but we can see what the outcome will be now. Once you have that information, you've changed. You're a different person. Your attitudes would be changed. You may not even be aware of it, and that future may no longer exist. It may exist somewhere else, but it's not going to happen to you. So if you, for instance, see that, well, I'll give you a perfect example. At the end of 2019, and by the way, my nose is still horrifically clogged up, so I sound like I've got a cold, I know, but I don't. It's just dry air here. At the end of 2019, you can go back to the archives at askoneradio.com and listen to some of the programming from, say, September, October, November, December, meaning the end of 2019. And you will hear that many of my readings, people got cards that indicated the end of one chapter in life and the beginning of another. A lot of that, an awful lot of that, to the point where I had to draw the assumption that something very strange was going to happen that was going to change everybody's life. And of course, by March of 2020, February of 2020, we were warned about that in the then President's State of the Union address. He mentioned a virus from China that nobody paid much attention to. And then in March, people started paying attention to it. By April, it was all over the place. April 2020, I was sick with this thing, and that knocked me out for a while. But everything got shut down, as you know, and I'm not going to go into the any political delving into was it right, was it wrong. The answers to that are quite apparent right now. But at the time, let's face it, this was a virus that nobody had ever contracted before. And I'm going to say this without any conspiratorial intent, but the only people who had gotten sick with this virus were in a laboratory in China. They, at the end of 2019, they found these workers were getting sick with a kind of a flu-like thing, and that's why it's called COVID-19. Not because there was a COVID 1 through 18, coronavirus disease 19, because it was discovered in 2019, and that's how they discovered it. And by the time, wherever it came from, the point was that nobody knew what to do about it because nobody had antibodies to it. Nobody had been exposed to it. So, you know, some people acted out of an abundance of caution, maybe overreacted, you know, better safe than sorry, would you say? I don't hold that against anybody, but the fact of the matter was this stuff is going on now. To this day, there are people who are still reluctant to let go of all of these restrictions. And the businesses were shut down. People were locked down. Livelihoods were ruined. It really was a time of new beginnings, because there were endings. And if you're lucky enough, when part of your life ends, another part begins. And that doesn't work that way for everybody. There's some people who can't do that. There's some people who just can't handle it. Change, there's no such thing as good or bad change in that sense. For years, I've been telling people there's these things called psychological stress units, which scientists use to measure the effect of change in people's lives. And for instance, the units of psychological stress you endure for getting a divorce are the same. It's the same amount as getting married. So you see, the stressor doesn't, you can ignore the stressor and just realize that there's stress. And a lot of people aren't made to handle stress. There's some people who thrive on it. In fact, I think we all know people who create stress all the time. It's highly addictive, stress, because of the chemicals that your body releases under stress. And to throw an entire population into a state of panic and stress is a very irresponsible thing to do if you don't have, let's say, an overriding reason to do it, and do it temporarily. Because, for instance, I'll give you the Cold War as an example. The people who were in power spent years getting people terrified of the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union could barely make enough toilets for their own population, and they were terrified. I go into this in my book. Reverend Elliott explains it all, because it almost destroyed the presidency of President Eisenhower when the Soviet Union put Sputnik, the first man-made satellite, into orbit. People here were going berserk because they felt that the evil people over there were going to control the world from outer space. Well, of course, the president, Eisenhower, didn't really react to it at all, because he knew what all presidents at the time knew, was that that was a practically bankrupt country, and the money that it took them to put that thing up into space and the resources it took to do that was about all they had. So he didn't react in terror and panic. But to this day, I mean, there are still people to this day who are terrified of the Soviet Union, and there is no Soviet Union. So you got to be very careful when you scare people. And sometimes you do want to scare people enough to shock them into action, maybe. But when you go too far, that's terrorizing people. And there are still some unfortunate people who live in a state of terror when exactly what scientists said in 2019 was going to happen with this virus has happened, which is that it will mutate to a highly contagious but very mild form. That's what they do. That's how viruses mutate. There is no fear that it was going to mutate into something that eats your body and leaves you in a pool as a sludge of gray matter. No, it doesn't work that way. Viruses, to survive, they said in about 3 years, they said this at the end of 2019, in about 3 years, we'll have variants of this virus that are highly contagious. Everybody will catch it, and it'll be like maybe a cold. And that's it. And that's where we've been. But there are people now. For instance, New York State just lifted the mask mandate under many circumstances. And there are people in the street demonstrating against that, screaming, "You're going to kill us." Now, I'm not going into the science of this or that, because it's not worth discussing. It's like arguing religion at this point in time. But I just want to make the point that the tarot cards showed me in 2019 that something life-changing was coming, and that's what it's done. And look, and I'm using these examples not to put people down, but to just say this is how they've changed their lives. Their lives have been changed, and I could see that for almost anybody I read here on Ask One Radio and people I read for privately, was that there's going to be big changes. Some people took advantage of that to change themselves for what they perceived as the better, see, and other people, well, here in New York, there was an increase in the number of people who killed themselves during the whole lockdown phase. It was just awful. And the only reason we know about that is that people in the neighborhoods where it happened reported on it, but media people were told not to cover. Now, I'm a person who's got media contacts. I've been in news media for years. In fact, I'm one of the people whose businesses was shut down and destroyed by the lockdowns. My wife and I ran a newspaper for 20-odd years. And that was contingent upon people going out and getting the newspaper. And everyone was locked down, you see, and all the advertisers were locked down, and everyone was put out of business. So it was time to change. So we changed. And that's what you can, if you can see, I'm taking the scenic route here, right? But the point was, if you can look in a deck of cards, tarot cards, and you can see that there's a period of change and transition coming in your life, maybe you can have a little bit of an advantage there without having it forced on you if you know it's coming. So you can have it go the way you want it to go, at least as much as you can control. We don't really control that much as we think we do in our lives, which is the way it goes. I mean, I love it here when people refer to, well, you got to control your own destiny. You can't do that. It's not your destiny then if you can control it, you see. But do you believe in destiny? Do you believe in the appointment in Samara? Do you believe that everything that is going to happen has already happened and we can't do anything about it? If so, then what's the point of any of this? But I don't believe that. I do think that we create reality as we go along. Now that will require a couple hours of speaking, and maybe we can do, I keep threatening to do webinars, but maybe that would be a good one to do, which is, what is the point of magical work if everything is preordained? Because there are people who believe that everything happens all at once. There was the Big Bang and it all happened simultaneously, and we're just watching it unfold now. Time is just the way we make sense of everything. Personally, I think time is just the way we develop time so that we don't miss lunch. That's neither here nor there. But you see, that's why we look at the future. That's why we want to see what's coming up. I have had a few little health problems, nothing major. You know, mostly it's just seeing annoying doctors. I think there's doctors out there who are trying to plan the size of the yacht they're going to buy from seeing me. But they are helping me, and I just, if I've fallen behind in some of my readings for people, I know that people have called me and reached out to me for readings, and they've been very patient and very understanding when I explain I'm going through this medical lunacy, and I just want to get it out of the way, and then we'll go back to some more readings. But it's clearing up, so if you do want to get in touch with me off the air for a reading, my readings start at $10. You can find out more about the readings by going to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. You can tool around there, look at a whole bunch of stuff at that website, but the information about readings is at the home page, so you'll see it right away. And I'll be more than happy to make arrangements with you to do a reading with you. And I know that a lot of people aren't going to get through tonight, especially if I keep babbling like this. Nobody will get through tonight. But I know that it's also inhibiting for a lot of people to talk in front of a few million people around the world. There, did I just lose some people now because I said that? But so my hat's off to you, just for calling and talking publicly on S1 Radio. That's good for you. You got guts, because someday I'll tell you the story about how I became a public speaker and how terrified I was of the whole thing. And I'll tell you the worst thing that ever happened to me while I was a public speaker. But we'll save that for another time, because that's about me and this show is about you. So why don't we do this? Why don't we ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space and pull back the magical curtain on the magical window for Mylin in Richmond, British Columbia. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, thank you so much for taking my call.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm glad you could get in tonight. What can I look at for you?
I just wanted some advice on a career.
Okay.
For a career.
Well, I'll shuffle up the cards and see what I get. If it's about career and money, we should be getting some very clear evidence of that. Well, there we are. There's the 2 of rods. The rods are career. The that's about waiting for something to happen. Like you've done the work you need to do to prepare for something, and you're just waiting for it to bear fruit. Now, the next card is interesting because whatever the situation is now, it's going to change. Because that's the Wheel of Fortune. That means the situation is going to change. It's going to change rather radically, in fact, because the next card is the Tower struck by lightning. So that means a sudden, unexpected change. What comes after that is fascinating. What comes after that is a possibility of new work in career, which is the Knight of Rods. Knights are new beginnings, as opposed to old beginnings, right? Knights are beginnings. And then there's the Six of Coins, which is about a potential income stream and money coming your way. And emotional happiness is there. That's the Nine of Cups. And the Nine of Rods is here. That means you're ready for what's coming. You're prepared. So you've been waiting. You're waiting for something to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fairly soon, and it's going to come out of the blue. Something unexpected is coming that's going to result in an opportunity for something new in terms of work and career. There'll be a good offer of money with that, and you will be very satisfied with it. And you're prepared for it is the main thing. That's also like the Two of Rods indicates a person who has done the work and is waiting for the results. The Nine of Rods is the person who is completely prepared, who's been around. That person sometimes on some decks has a bandage on her head, meaning you've been through the battles of life and you're still here and you've succeeded. So yeah, I'm seeing good things coming your way in terms of work. The situation that you're in now will change, and it'll change for the better.
Okay, so is there like a timeline that you can see?
Well,
might happen?
It's in the works now. And I'm making that judgment because the Wheel of Fortune is here, which is about change, and the Tower of struck by lightning is here. And the two of those both indicate change, and together it shows that it's going to happen really fast. So it's coming soon. But the main thing is you're prepared for it. Here's a Page of Rods. Again, that's the pages are beginnings also, but the real appearance of it. I mean, the Knight in the court cards is the theoretical appearance of something. The page is the physical reality of it being there. So yeah, you're definitely going to get an offer of some sort or create one yourself, but there's going to be a new career line opening up for you, and it will be very good for you. You'll be happy at it too. It's going to be emotionally fulfilling and financially fulfilling too. Okay.
Oh, wow. Sounds amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. You're headed for a good time. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
All right. Thank you. Bye now.
I sound like that kid in the fourth grade who always had a cold and had to blow his nose. It's so funny because I'm sure that given, as we were talking about, everybody is health conscious, or rather disease conscious. I sound like I'm sick, but I'm not. I checked with the physicians and they assure me it's dry air. You see what I mean? It's a hard time breathing, so I'll be taking some decongestant later. And by the way, speaking of the air, I would like you to join me in this. I'm going to do this after the show, and maybe you'll do this too at some point in the next few days. We all need to send some positive energy out to the people in East Palestine, Ohio, where they are going through a living hell, and they are really scared, and they don't know if their town is going to be evacuated like Chernobyl, because of the train wreck that was pretty much like what was that? About 12 days ago it happened. It was pretty much ignored, but it left a toxic cloud, which is at the moment reportedly killing pets, fish, livestock. These people are scared, and rightly so. So I am going to be lighting a white candle later on to focus on sending positive energy to those folks out there. It'd be great if you could do it too, if we could all do it together. Now, this is not by any means a substitute for hazmat groups coming in and cleaning up. Let's be clear. But I'd like to give some sort of emotional, psychic support to these folks who are not doing well mentally and emotionally because they're scared, and they should be scared because it's scary. I can't get any more clear than that, right? So we could do that. We could keep them in our thoughts, yes, but do something concrete. Like I am going to burn a white candle, and I'm going to send positive energy to all the folks out there who've been negatively affected by that train crash. Lord knows I'm not going to be able to do anything for the people positively affected by it, because I don't know if there are any such critters out there. But let's all get together and do that. There was a time a while back when I asked the audience here to do some positive energy work for a friend of mine who was going through some troubles. And she reported the most phenomenal feeling of energy and positivity that ever happened. And yeah, you guys came through and did a wonderful job. So let's see if we can all work on sending some positive energy to the people in Ohio whose future is in grave doubt right now. And they're just, eventually they will probably, we hope, get the physical help they need, but let's give them some spiritual support, okay? Carla in New Orleans is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, Carla. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. What can I look at for you?
Well, I was wondering if you could connect to my late husband and just let me know if you feel connected with him.
Okay, let's see. When I get requests for readings like this, there are certain cards I look for to indicate if I'm getting the message or not. So let's see what we get. And if I don't get one of those, well, that's pointless now because I just got one of the cards. I was going to say, if I don't get one of those cards, then we'll just try it again. The first card I have is the High Priestess, and that's one of the cards that's exactly what I was looking for. The High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil being that separating this world and the next world. This is what's fascinating to me, is because I get this all the time when I do readings like this. And that is, the first card here is a card of sorrow and sadness. That's the Nine of Swords. That comes up almost every single time, indicating that I understand. It's as if the message is, I understand that this is painful for you. It's painful for me too. All the other cards are cards of health and healing and growth and happiness. And the message is, I'm doing very well where I am. That spiritually I'm growing, because that's the sun. The sun is about healing and growth. The Judgment card here, that shows, that's a reference to final judgment, and that shows a new life beginning. And then there's the Nine of Cups, which is about emotional satisfaction. So while it's difficult, while it's very difficult because there's the pain of loss, here it is again. It's the Three of Swords. That's a very sad card. There's always the sadness there in these readings. But the message I get is, I'm doing okay. Now, here's an interesting one. It's the Hermit card. And the Hermit is a card that shows a person who's watching over other people, has a lantern and guides people. I would say this is saying, I'm watching, I'm there, I can see. Okay?
Okay. Right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
The message that I'm getting through here is the sadness and the pain and loss and sorrow, and saying that, but spiritually I'm doing fine, and I'm watching. Okay.
Thank you. All right. You have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye now. Let's shuffle up the cards again. You know, you guys have been keeping me busy. I've been going back and forth to the post office, mailing books out to people. I like to see that, not just because I like selling things, which, hey, don't get me wrong, it's fun to sell things, but I keep the prices as reasonable as possible. The book prices have been going up; they've gone up like 3 times. I mean, the cost for my making the books, but I try not to raise the prices. We've had postage increases. I try to keep the prices pretty reasonable. And I always let people know that you can get any books that I have for sale, with the exception of the tarot book. And I'll tell you why later. You can get that for 15% off with a special code if you buy it direct from the printing plant, which is, see, the price at Amazon is higher. A lot of people buy through Amazon, but I have to charge more for a book at Amazon. I don't want to, but that money doesn't get to me because Amazon, they take a nice bite out of it, and the postage rates have gone up too there, but their shipping prices haven't gone up at Amazon, which is nice. But I still think that the best way to get any of the books that I mentioned here on the show would be to go through mojoacademy.org, which is the website I have that offers you Amazon. But if you look around, you'll see it's right there. I don't hide it. Obviously, I'd be an idiot to hide that. You can get it right from the printing plant. You can get any of these books, except the tarot book, as I said. You can get any of these books for 15% off. And I strongly recommend doing that. That's the best way to do it. The reason you don't get the tarot book is that if you get it from the printing plant, you would only get half the book, in a sense, because the whole book package has a CD with it that has tarot readings on it that illustrates points in the book. If you want to learn about tarot, and I don't mean just like this card means that and that card means this and here's what I mean. If you want to have a holistic approach to tarot and read about my adventures in tarot and get all the basic information anyway on top of it, I do recommend that book, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is dedicated to you, the Ask One Radio audience, because you inspired me to do it. I strongly recommend that book. It's a fun book, and it'll teach you a lot of stuff about tarot. And you can do what I do, and then you can replace me and leave me destitute. Yeah, go ahead. That's gratitude for you. But you bought the book, you're entitled to do it. It's called Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You can find it at mojoacademy.org, and you can find it at amazon.com. And it's, as far as I know, it's the only book that comes with a CD of actual readings. I suppose today people would do that, play it on a computer. But I may have to switch that and make it have it come with a thumb drive, because I don't think people use CDs that much anymore. Well, Ginny in California is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, aside from a clogged nose that's more annoying than it is anything else.
Oh,
doing fine.
Sinus allergies.
Oh, yeah. Oh, let me tell you, I had no idea what allergies were like until some years ago. I had pneumonia. And then I found out that one of the side effects of having had pneumonia is it leaves you with allergies. And I was thinking, what the heck is this? People go through this all their lives?
Oh, yes.
Oh, bad.
Oh, yes.
Bad news. Just another example of a selfish guy who doesn't give anyone any thought until it happens to him, right?
No, you just don't think it can happen to you until it does. That's selfishness has nothing to do with it, I don't feel.
Well, I'm just glad that I got by without getting killed by pneumonia, because the doctor. When I had pneumonia, and the doctor turned to me and said, in front of my wife, she says to me, "There's every reason to believe that you'll pull through." And I took what little breath I could manage, and I said, "Don't tell me that. Tell her that. Tell me I'm going to be fine. If I die, I won't hold it against you." So, but yes, but that was the bad part of having pneumonia is that it left me with allergies. The good part about having pneumonia is I can recognize pneumonia when it comes, and it came at me 2 more times in my life, and I was able to nip it in the bud real fast. It's not fun.
Oh,
so anyway, enough about my nose. What's going on with you? What would you like me to look at?
Okay. I'm actually, Elliot, I'm looking for information on my biological father.
Okay. What do you want? You want like a personality description, or what are you looking for precisely? This sounds like the kind of thing that we'd take a real in-depth look, like off the air. But what would you like to look at the moment about it?
Well, actually, I don't really know who he is, and I want to know, like, basically, did he know about me? Did he have another family? Was he in a long-term relationship with my mother, or was it just something that happened and maybe he didn't know about me? Just things like that. I don't know if you can do that on the air or not.
Well, there are things I can do. For instance, and this is fascinating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 cards here.
Okay.
Every one of them. Are you familiar with tarot?
A little bit, not real familiar.
Okay, there are wands, there are cups, there are coins, and there are swords, and each represents other things. Each represents a phase of life. All of the cards I got for you for this reading, every card I have is a sword card.
Oh boy!
Now beyond
is that
that,
a good thing?
it can be good and it can be not so good. And I'm telling you that you got a mixture here. You have 2 of the saddest cards in the deck are here. I'm taking a look at this person, remotely. We're going to do a little spy act here on this person.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is an overwhelmingly sad person. This was the events surrounding your birth and the relationship out of which you came was a sad one. It was almost overwhelming, and I'm seeing, and I'm just looking at his point of view. I mean, this could be wrong. You know what I mean? This could just be about how he sees it. But it was much trouble. It was painful. It was hurting. It was just sorrow, and he didn't know what to do about it. Is what I'm seeing. Now, there's an interesting card here. In the middle of all this, though, I have the card of the Hierophant, which indicates marriage. So there was a marriage potential there. Or there could have been a marriage. But there's a Justice card here, which also has a sword on it, oddly enough. See, swords are the predominant theme here for some reason. We're looking at an unhappy person, a person who was not happy in many, many, many ways. And that's just the bare part that I see.
Okay. Could he have been a close familial relative to my mother?
Who is the she you're referring to? Because I'm looking at. No, I mean I'm looking at the. What I'm looking at is the person who would be your biological father, and I'm seeing that there was a great deal of sadness in that person's life. I'm not getting any indication of any other relationship except that there was a possibility of marriage that may or may not have been done. But see, here's
I don't really have any clue.
Here are more sword cards. I'm just seeing that there was just. It did not look like a very healthy, happy relationship. And again, I'm only looking at his point of view, what I'm seeing. And it was just very sad, all around sadness. Now that I don't know if that helps you or not, but that's about all I can see at the moment, because I'm shuffling them and doing it again, and I'm getting the same cards.
Huh. I see. Yeah, I just, again, I don't know who he is. I don't even know if he's still living. I'm presuming he is not, given my age. And, I was born in 54, so I seriously doubt that he's still alive.
Sure.
Is there any, I don't know. I just wondered if he knew about me and again,
I'm getting,
if he had a...
I'm getting indications that he didn't. I'll tell you why. Yes, I'll tell you why. Because you asked this a moment ago, and I pulled out a card, and then I shuffled them, and I got the same card again. And this card is a sword card again, but the person in the card is blindfolded. So I'm pretty comfortable with the idea that he didn't particularly know. Now, I have the death card here, so that may be in response to what you said about him no longer being living.
I don't know, because I don't know who he is. And
yeah, I know.
My mother told me it was someone else, and that turned out not to be who it was.
Well,
Through
there's
DNA.
family secrets for you. Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's
this is
what happens when you, okay.
I mean, look, I came from a family that was very secretive also. I mean, I don't even know if half my family knows my mother's actual name, which, this is a very eerie kind of thing. Secrets are not my favorite thing, if you know what I mean.
No,
well,
so you're saying he didn't. Okay.
My indication is that it's a strong possibility that he didn't know. Because I'm getting that person, I got it twice, the blindfolded person, in response to you saying that. So I'm taking that as a direct answer.
Okay. Can you give me kind of any characteristics, like physical characteristics?
No, that I couldn't do.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Let me try this, because try this. There are interesting people. Let's try on the assumption that the person has probably passed away. There are people at Ask One Radio who specialize in mediumship, which I don't. I can do it with the tarot is clear, and it gives me some messages. But there are people who are really expert at it at Ask One Radio. See if you can find somebody in the lineup who appeals to you who does that, okay?
Okay, because see, I had originally requested, not that I have anything against you, because I don't even know you, but I had originally requested someone else, and it was a female, and that's who I originally requested. So I think you have to wait for like a week or something before you ask for another reading.
Yeah, it should. The thing is that, because it's a very difficult thing to try to get the person you want, and I understand that a lot of people who get me don't have a clue who I am, but I hope I win them over a little bit. But yeah, I think
what you told me is interesting, and I kind of felt like he didn't know. I'm feeling a lot of things, but and then my mother just passed too, and my mother wasn't, again, the most truthful, and she did have her secrets, and
the thing. Let me do this. The thing about calls here, and we only have a few minutes for each call anyway. Calls do go in the order in which they're received, so it's kind of a luck of the draw. But you can find, if you find somebody and you listen to their shows, and that person interests you, almost everybody here does work off the air. And this is a large order you're talking about. So I think it might be worth your while to contact one of these people and see about a private reading off the air. Would take about a half hour or so, where they could just focus on you. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Because doing it on the air may not be the way to go, because this is a very complex thing you're looking for.
I know that. And
So check them out. And let me tell you one thing, you can at least be sure of one thing, that if you get the person through Ask One Radio, that you're going to get an honest reading here and a straightforward person who cares about what you're doing. Because if they don't, nobody on Ask One Radio is the kind of person who doesn't care. So that's the thing. I mean, there are places where there's people who are just trying to hustle you in and out for the money. I mean, we all know that. Same thing goes if you're buying a car, let's face it. But you really can put yourself in the hands of the people here, because first of all, you know where to find them, and secondly, they care. So give it a shot, okay?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Elliot. Good luck selling your books. I was listening to your book.
Thanks.
So.
Thanks. You can find the books at mojoacademy.org. Okay. There's always something there that'll help somebody. Okay. Thanks a lot. It's been great talking to you. And I think you're going to find what you're looking for. I really do. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now. And let's go to Jillian in New Jersey. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good. Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I'm
Jill? Oh, there you are.
I'm kind of looking into any messages from my mom. She passed away 3 years ago unexpectedly, and we're still in the process of figuring out things of what could have happened, and I just felt her around, like a lot around me in the beginning, and I haven't, and I just needed some any guidance or anything you can help me.
Well, the first, as you're talking, I pull out the card, which is the Temperance card, and that shows a big, nice, happy angel who helps balance life and helps things get into balance. So that's good. That's a good sign there. This is just remarkable, because this happened in almost every reading I do, which concerns a person who has passed, and to see if there's a message, I get this card, which is the Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. So if the message is saying, I'm here, I'm doing fine, and you'll be fine too, is definitely the message here. The Temperance card shows me that this angel is going to help bring you balance back. You're feeling unbalanced ever since it happened. It's only been 3 years, right? That's you're talking about a lifetime together, and then 3 years, that's nothing, right? So you're still feeling. You're still feeling the loss, and you probably always will, to some degree, feel that loss. That's the card here. That's the Three of Swords, which is a heart pierced by swords, and the heart is crying. So that's the pain, and yet the message is, I'm here, and I'm here, and I'm healing and growing, and spiritually, I'm balanced. You'll be balanced. It's a mixture. It's the usual. This is the thing that almost every one of these readings comes out this way. There are 2 sad cards here and 2 cards of balance and joy and happiness and healing. So that's the message. The message is, yes, we're both very sad about this. That's the duality, the 2 cards. And we're both going to grow through this, is the answer. Okay?
Okay.
So it's a very simple message here, which is that there's a combination of pain, and yet there's growth and happiness. Obviously, nobody's happy about all of the suffering, but there's healing is a more precise word for what that card means. In fact, here's the 10 of Cups, which shows a happy family and a rainbow and joy. So I don't think you're alone. I really don't. I do think that you're being watched over at this point, whether you feel it or not. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to light a white candle for you to send you positive energy at the end of the show, because that could help the spirit contact. And let me know if you hear anything, if you feel anything change. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye now. Let's shuffle up the cards. These are very strange readings. When I started doing them, I couldn't understand why I keep getting the saddest cards in the deck and the happiest cards in the deck. And that still happens. I remember the first time, I never even tried to do a reading like this until somebody at Ask One Radio here asked me to do it. And ever since then, I've been doing them. And it's always the same. It's always the same. One time it was different, actually, and that was a very, very personal and painful message, so that I told the person that I would rather tell you off the air. And we talked in private about it a day later. But generally, these afterlife readings go the same way, which is that sometimes they'll show a person who passed away under really horrible circumstances. But that's immediately followed by cards of healing and health and growth. You see, this is very odd how that it always works out that way, except for that one time I mentioned. It's almost as if the spirit message is that it's okay, that this is part of life. This happened to me. There's really nothing we can do about it at this. We're all going to face that journey. That's for sure. I'm not exactly thrilled by it, but who knows, when I get to be a touch older, perhaps, maybe I'll be ready for it. I don't know. I mean, it's we can all agree that there are people taken too soon from us. Sometimes there are people in our lives I've known people in their 90s and they left a big gap. You can enjoy that you were with them, but still, that's how it goes. Let's see if we can get another call in. That's how it goes. Isn't that very surprising, right? Let's see. Let me see if I can. We have one more call here. Juliet in England is here. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how are you today?
Not brilliant, but it's just one of them things, isn't it?
Yeah. So what would you like to look at? I've got a couple of minutes.
Okay, then. Can you have a look at my spirituality?
Well, let's see. I think you should know something about it, but what would you like to know about your spirituality? I've got here. Well, let's say I got here the Strength card. You're a very strong person. The Seven of Rods. You're a person who can sweep away adversity. The Ten of Cups. You're a person who can enjoy happiness. The Four of Swords shows me that you're able to take time out for yourself. Do you meditate?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's that card. That's what that is. The Hierophant is a card of religious authority. So then religion and spirituality go hand in glove. So that's there. And there's the Magician, that you're a person who can take power, spiritual power from above and apply it here practically down on the earth. Are you a spiritual worker?
Yes, I am.
Oh, see, that's the card of the spiritual workers. That's why I asked you that, because you can translate. You can translate that into earthly power, and you do very well at it. That's what I'm seeing. Let me ask you this: are you shy about getting paid for doing spiritual work?
You know what? It's funny you're talking about that, because I'm in between regarding work with something like that. Yeah, funny you saying that. Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, there are a lot of people who think that you shouldn't get paid for doing this kind of stuff, and I can only quote a great spiritual writer who long ago pointed out that there's such a thing as the spiritual economy, and that if you're worth your labor, you're worth your keep. So don't be shy about charging. Don't charge an arm and a leg. Keep the prices fair. But you have every right to ask for payment for what you're doing because you put a lot of yourself into it. And here's the page of coins, and that's the appearance of money stream. So that's why I asked that, is because I saw cards of reluctance there.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
You have to go quickly because I'm almost out of time. I got about a minute left.
Okay, sorry. Regarding my relationship.
I see that there's a relationship that is either just recently ended or is about to end, and something new will be coming. Now, I hate to leave you on that note. It'll be good. It's the Ace of Cups, so that's a good one. But I've got to run now, okay? So thanks a lot for calling.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Elliot.
Bye-bye now.
You. Bye.
And that's it, folks. That's it. Another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, show 72,842,963. Or something like that. So let me just wrap it up a little bit by saying that I'll be back next week, of course, at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. You can find me on social media at Reverend Elliot's Tarot Consulting page at Facebook. I have a Twitter page, which about 3 people pay attention to. I'm not big on Twitter because I don't want to get into political arguments just to get clicks. What else is there? I'm on MeWe, which always sounds to me like an annoyed French person, but it's a different kind of social media. It's have a slight presence there, but mostly I've got loads and loads of people, nice people, kind people. You'll meet people with the same interests as you at Reverend Elliot's Tarot Consulting page at Facebook. Give that a shot. If you want a reading off the air, or if you want to just contact me, you can get to me at asktarot@earthlink.net. Asktarot, ASKTAROT, at earthlink.net. Be sure to check out mojoacademy.org for the best in occult books and audio and video. Yes, video. And magic-works.com is my main website. magick-works.com. I'll be back next week. See you then. Bye-bye.